Yo, yo, yo. Well, go on, Shift.
What's happening, Herb? See,
What you
edit.
saying? Yo,
You
man, what
good?
you saying, cuz? I can't see you, bruv.
I'm not on the camera right now.
How do I turn mine on?
Big up to everyone right now. Big up to Schiffer Dunn. Big up Software. Big up Herbs.
Yo, yo, yo. What you saying, cuz?
What's going on, bro?
Turn that down, please, guys. What's the topic today, man?
Well, today
Yeah,
we're going to be talking about community and building a community.
Yeah.
And what kind of things we want in that kind of community,
All
well as other things. If other people want to talk about other things as well, feel free. Drop them in the chat room. Yeah. But this is just a continuation from yesterday's talk, what we was having last night. What I thought became quite interesting.
Yeah. All right. So what are we going to be talking about?
What's good? What's good? I'm just saying my piece.
Let's start it then, man.
So, long story short, we had a couple people in the chat room yesterday talking about community and saying we need to build a new type of community, and maybe we should be using our online community to reach out to more people to build a bigger community that can help, people during like crisis periods like now, because no one knows what the hell's going on. You need to know who to talk to. No one knows what to do in the worst case scenario because we don't even know what that is. No one really knows what they're dealing with. No,
I hear you, Schiffer, still. I hear you. So what's going to be in this community? What are we talking about? Work. What is there in this community? What we can say we've got a community?
Well,
I can hear an echo there still, brother.
Everything's included in community. Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
that makes
that's what's going on.
People have to have some kind of work to be able to maintain anything.
Yeah.
Same way people have to have somewhere to live. Otherwise they're working. But then all the money's out in the street with you.
Exactly.
So when we're talking about community, I thought that it was a really broad subject, but it kind of got brushed over.
No, that's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying, what is in the community? What do you mean? You explain the community.
I know what I mean when I say community. And like I said, it means everything. Like, it means literally everything, like the whole infrastructure, everything. Because it's all part of the community, the town hall, there's things that are part of the community. Even the buses, the post boxes, it's all part of the community.
You're not wrong there, the community is literally everything. It depends on what your idea of a definition is of a type of community and what it coexists with.
That's right. But that's what I was getting to. What kind of obviously now. So what you're saying is you want to go somewhere where that have post box, don't have buses, and build that. Or you want to be a part of a community, but you're in a community, but you have your own community in the community.
Well, that's the part that I thought was a bit confusing, because we're already part of a community, obviously.
That's what I'm saying to you. Yeah. So a community within a community.
No, that just causes separation.
Outside of community, who knows?
No, again, that causes separation. Listen to what you're saying.
I'm lost here. I'm lost.
Listen, no. I'm listening to what you're both saying, and you have to understand. Community is supposed to mean unity. There is no separation.
As one.
There is no separation. There is no me having my separate community inside your community because I might not agree with some of your ideas. It's supposed to be an open platform. You're supposed to be allowed to dictate, no, discuss what you agree and disagree with and come to some common
What's that
ground.
clicking? What's that clicking noise?
I don't know. I software.
No.
Hey, come on, guys. We need to clear. We need to clear.
Am I clicking? Sorry about that. Yeah, no, I was just basically saying there's no dictatorship. Basically, it's a discussion. You know, up for agreements, disagreements, and coming to some common ground. So
because you know what it is. Let me just add in there. Like, I don't want to turn this like Shifty ain't trying to make this like a big debate. We need to come together. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Of course.
We're not trying to turn it into speaker's corner. You understand?
Yeah,
it's not that. It's not that kind of party.
It's not that. It's not that.
No. Yeah. But that's
I was saying yesterday.
Now that's what I'm saying. With communication, right? We're all in the same boat of what the community is. You understand? Without questions, now we know what we're all talking about. You understand? So we can move forward now. Do you understand? But I don't want to think when it said a community to me, it's not a debate. I just thought, what do you mean? Do you know what I mean? It's simple. Like, what do you mean, community? Then he said bus and trains and everything we have in the community already. But now I understand what you're saying. A unity community where everyone's been brought together. You understand? To make the community one or whole. Oh, I'm on the wrong. I'm on the wrong. What I'm saying is gone off.
No. You're completely right.
Yes, as long as we're all singing on the hymn sheet. So what we're gonna have in that? Yeah.
To be honest, I was saying yesterday, it's like each one teach one, meaning that
of course
you all put your idea to the same pot.
Yeah.
You know, it's not me running off and saying I'm going to do my own thing and I'll come back to you later and gather up whoever I can. You know, that seems like some scheming. If I have a good idea and I'm pretty sure that I've got sufficient evidence, then people will get behind me. Because it's for a greater cause. Whereas if I don't have enough evidence and I'm just speculating, you don't know what the consequences could be. They might have a negative effect rather than you wishing it had a positive effect because you haven't thought about the principles of how it may be applied.
Of course, yeah.
You know, but again, in order to expand on a community, everyone has to put in some type of suggestion. Everyone has a belief, or you know, we need to eat. As Shifa said before, we need transport. There's so many different angles that you have to approach because people have so many different needs. One of the top ones is food and medication, you know, and housing.
So how are you eating right now? You a meat eater, veg eater?
Well, I vary. I vary. I'm not really a meat person personally. Not to say I don't eat it, but you know, I limit myself to maybe just chicken because I don't really eat that other meats. And
yeah, I don't do red meat no more. I'm done.
You know, and I have an allergy to certain things like seafood. So not to say I wouldn't eat it. If I could, I would. But you know, fruit and veg all day. Water.
That's what
I'm not really into the sugary stuff, you know. But that's me personally because I want to. Yeah, you know, I'm trying to make sure my body is able to carry me through for what I need. Because in these times, there's a lot of things which will cause a lot of stress to my system, not just through my dietary needs. I've got to think about personal things I'm going through. Maybe when I'm at work, I've got work stresses. These are all things which can apply to impacting on the condition of my body. So I need to make sure that I'm strong enough mentally and physically to be able to battle through.
There's some clicking going on your side, you know. It's quite annoying, bro.
No, so it's because I'm on a headset now. Because I'm outside. I'm on a headset. Okay. So I'm literally just saying that however you approach this, for me personally, I have to make sure that my mind, which is my mental and my spiritual and my physical, is able to go through. As I've said in previous conversations that I've had on the talk show, I'm coming from somewhere where I've had to recover, where I was in a very bad way. Now I had to mentally, spiritually push myself so my body could catch up because my mind was moving too fast for the body to cope. But that's because I had so much going on. But you know, changing my lifestyle and my food and my mentality helped me direct that. Now I'm able to walk, talk, and do everything that I used to do, and I'm in a better place. You know, I'm
And
more
we're happy, and
consciously
we're
aware.
we're happy that you got to that place, brother. We're happy.
Definitely,
Absolutely,
bro. Big up the
You know?
Most High. You know what I mean?
No, it's
Yeah,
true.
man.
It's
When
true. So it
when these
works in
things happen, you
mysterious
have to
ways.
big up the Most High. No
So
joke.
going back to what we say is moving forward, again, everyone just has to make a nice suggestion which you think could help. Because, you know, don't get me wrong, I do listen to the shows sometimes before I come on. And not to say that I don't appreciate what people are saying, but, you know, having such a negative outlook on certain things doesn't help, you know, when you're dealing with other people who may not understand where you're coming from,
All
because
right, but
everyone's coming from a different place.
yeah, I hear what you're saying about that, but you can't really tell people how they should feel about it.
Yeah, I hear
You know
that.
what I'm
No.
saying?
Yeah, yeah,
So,
which
but
is what I was implementing.
I do understand. But what you have to understand is that, you see, with me, this whole positive and negative thing that everyone talks about, yeah, I understand it. You know what I'm saying? I do understand it. But bottom line, yeah, this is a negative world we're living in, bro. Do
Of course.
you know what I'm saying? And it is what it is. You know, like
But
people were before this Corona thing, everyone was talking about living their best life.
that's not personally true. That's just a fallacy that people put on the front. Let's be honest about
I
it.
don't know. When you say living
Right.
your best life, though, I kind of get what you
Listening,
mean.
cars.
You know, but on the aspect of where you're saying there's so much negativity, look, if we all walked around being negative, there would be no positive people. You know, don't
Yeah.
get me wrong. I have
But
my negative days.
we're positive right now though, software.
Yeah, no,
We're doing a positive. You're making it sound negative though by saying that.
no,
Understand? Because I
no.
didn't feel what you're feeling. I didn't feel what you're feeling when I watched
No,
the show.
what I need to explain is when I've listened to the show, it's not everyone. For instance, I was having a conversation yesterday with one of the people on, and the way they approached me was a bit aggressive, and I had to define and reiterate what I was saying so that what I was saying could
Okay.
be clear
Yeah.
enough for what
Let me
they
add to
needed
that. Let me add
to
to that.
say.
So yeah, so that software just said, like, we don't want none of that on this channel, guys. Like, people that are listening. It's not this channel ain't about egos, you know? And that
Yeah.
shouldn't be taking place. And yeah, software, you're right. That we don't want that on this. We want to have a discussion. So we're not trying to fight each other on this panel. On the
No,
Schiffer
and
show.
No.
Right.
no, you know, so what I was trying to basically explain, like I said yesterday, and I'm saying today, respectfully, everyone should be able to have an opinion, regardless of where or how you
100%.
obtained your view. It's
Yep.
your view. At
That's
the
the
end
whole
of the
point
day.
to the show, that everyone's got a voice. At the end of the day, I'm not just gonna like cut people off just because you've got a point of view. Like sometimes if there's five voices talking at once, I might have to do a little bit of muting and we get one of you at a time. But outside of that, I want everyone to have their say, because at the end of the day, if we're all part of the same community anyway, well, this particular one, you know, why can't we start as we mean to go ahead? You know, on a
Very
good
good,
footing.
very good points. Very good points.
It's a good point. Very positive, bro. Positive point, Schiffer. But I believe in this as well.
What kind of things what kind of ideas do we have in the room for?
Well, it's not an idea. It's not an idea. What I think is, though, you have to preach what you do. Do you understand? As well. That in a community, if you're going to uplift and want to uplift people, like for argument's sake, we're talking about the food now, yeah? I haven't had meat for, say, 5 weeks now, yeah? Maybe pushing 6 weeks, maybe. I'm plant-based at the moment. But I wouldn't, in a group, say, oh, don't eat meat because of this and don't eat meat because of that, because I used to eat meat, you understand? But if someone wants to know what benefits you get from, what's the difference in benefits, I believe that it's better way of eating for my reasons, do you understand? And things like where I used to train, when you're training your body, yeah, to get ripped or to get shredded or you put weight on to cut and whatever, a lot of it as well is kind of like learning about diet and learning about what your body feels within, you understand? So in a community now, it's kind of what you're happy with still, you understand? Because you could be big, but you still can run. or you still can swim. You could be skinny, but you can't run. Do you understand? It's
Yeah.
all about what's within. That's how I check in it. But as I'm saying, that's my kind of journey. So in the next man's argument would be his journey. You understand? Everyone's journey is different. But for me now, I'm more like easy, relaxed. Probably how I was before in a way, certain time. But more sense, you understand? So for me, you know, I'm a very positive person. Always
You know,
have
I hear
been.
where you're coming from though, because it's like everyone's got a different level of common
Yeah,
sense. Everyone's got a different level of everything, basically. Like everyone's got
yeah,
their own way in it. So,
yeah,
long story short, you know, we're living in a world where things can, you know, they can go one way or they can go another. You know, that there's no telling what way things are gonna go. But then when you put things in perspective, it's like, for instance, yeah, when you're dealing with someone who calls themselves an atheist, then you know there's a lot more what's the word, there's a lot more directions they can go in. Do you know, like that? Because they're part of something else. They're part of something that involves things we haven't even seen yet. Like I can't even explain it. They can't even explain it. It's that contradictory. Do you know,
It's
like that?
ridiculous.
So
But at the same time, in a community, you might have someone of that religion, of that cause, and if you don't want separation, you have to respect a person's thing, innit? You
yeah, but
understand what
then
I'm trying to say?
You respect it to what point though? Like if you're talking
No,
about the
not
word
that you
respect,
have to be. Not that you have to believe it, because it's not your thing to believe. You understand? Their
yeah,
thing. It ain't
yeah.
hurting you. Ain't doing nothing to you.
yeah, we hear
Allow
that.
it.
We hear
So
that
just be
side.
positive. That's their views, isn't it? That's their way of life. Leave
We
them to their way
definitely
of
hear
life.
that side. I just think at the end of the day, we have to identify who everyone is, so we can identify you for what you are, who you are, what you represent, what you stand for, what you stand by, what you stand against, and then you know we can identify you. You know, like that, because there's loads of people who call themselves religious or whatever, but what they actually stand for is it might be something completely different. You know, who really knows? You have to go and look at people properly, and you know, really look and understand their life and their lifestyle and what the decisions they make and what they're really looking for. Do you know, like that? By the end of the day, you know, if we're gonna get into community, you know, one of the key points that I think was made yesterday was we have to think about what type of people are in that within that community. You know, that's a very key point. Now, next key point I thought was, you know, how do you make a community like that sustainable? How do you propose even making that into a thing, let alone making it work? Do you know, like that? Because it just don't, I don't know. It sounds quite difficult, you know, from the position of just being a few people talking in a room.
Well, you kind of have to look at it like if you were a king and you owned land and you know you had people, how would you best advise going about separating the land to provide for your people? Because at the end of the day, they're probably looking up to you for you to give them help or direction. You know, at the end of the day, it's still a community because you'd still have to talk to your advisors. They would still have to talk to their technicians or whoever who knows how to do that skill. So it's not really one person alone. It's a group of people organizing the necessary needs for what you need to survive as a people. And again, you have to think about the basics, which is obviously food and housing, and then probably power, some type of power, basically.
Yeah,
True.
I'm definitely getting where you're coming from with that, you know, because there are certain things that are just the bare minimums, the basics. But then we have to think of things on a whole. You know, what would people be willing to settle for? You know, would we settle for less, or wouldn't we have to settle for less? Would we be settling for more? And who's making that into a reality? Who understands the numbers? Who understands how it works? Do you understand how it works? So if you don't, then who do we need to be talking to? You know, like that. That's the kind of questions we need to be asking around there. But
Well,
obviously,
Mhm.
Everyone, I
This
guess,
is theory right now. This is all theory work. It's not. This isn't. We're not saying that we're actually going to action anything at this point or do anything. It's just theory, isn't it? We're talking in theory. You
yeah, no,
know,
of course,
what
of
are the
course. But
possibilities?
if you're an expert or you're well conversed in a field, then that would make you better knowledge than me, for instance, who hardly knows anything about that. So it would be best to say to go to someone who's more experienced with either years, or a good duration to be
But
able to give
obviously, right now
valid support.
we're talking in theory at the moment. So, all you have to do is present an idea and make it theoretically possible. It doesn't have to necessarily be a feasible idea for the particular government we have right now. It doesn't have to abide by their statistics or anything like that. You can just throw your idea out there, man. We can just have a listen. You can explain it to us, explain the numbers, explain why it works. I think rather than not just going round and round and round the like swings and roundabouts in the park and having a jolly old chat between some mates, let's actually get serious and think about how we could actually make something sustainable and what would be necessary for that. Has anyone taken the time to think into these kinds of things in the case that everything just went crazy? Who knows what's going to happen? I don't know. 1 minute I was sitting in my house, next minute it was Corona.
Yeah.
And then I was definitely sitting in my house, innit? I should have laughed, but it's crazy out there.
Well, now think about it. You've created this now, innit?
Mm.
And that's what I'm saying. So that's a good thing. Look where we are. Think positive, man. Uplift. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Know what I mean?
It makes sense.
This is a positive time. We're all taking time out to have a conversation and reason. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
that's a good thing.
at any
Well,
time
we've
though,
taken-
yeah. I just want you lot to feel free to take the conversation wherever you want to take it to, innit?
Of course, but we are. The conversation's nice, isn't it? So everyone's conversating, and you know what I mean? And saying what they want to say. And you know what I mean? It's nice. Do you know what I'm saying? It's you ask people if they want to talk about other stuff as well. Do you know what I mean? For other people who want to join the community, want to have their say, you know what I mean? Feel free. You know what I mean, bro?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Interesting.
Shout out to everyone in the chat room or on the YouTube.
Yeah,
leave comments and we'll post your comments as well. And any
big up Shift on and big up the big shifts.
Nice
You
one.
know what I mean? How you mean? Sophie, C Edits. What's your name, brother? What's the other one called? Not Software. What's your name, big man?
Don Pinero.
Yeah, Mr. Don. Big up the Don Pete's. Yeah, man.
Yo, sorry,
Nice.
brother. Yeah, sorry, brother.
Well,
yeah, man. What's going on?
Hey, Don P, big yourself up, brother.
Yeah, big up as well. Big up as well, my bro.
Come on.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on as well, man. Doing your thing, man. All right?
No, man. Anytime.
Anytime. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. Come on. I'm a part of this, bro. I'm here. Let's go.
So I think Software had some ideas anyway for what he thought was, the way forward for, mankind from this point, because we're still part of mankind. So, when we talk, we're only representing the people we know, innit?
Well, I do have a few ideas. I'm not gonna dispute. I don't. I do look at a lot of inventors personally when it comes to things like energy. Currently we're living in a world which is polluting the air, and we're using a fossil fuel which is not really too healthy for the environment or ourselves, and eventually it will run out. There are other means to make power, so it's best to look at those, I'd say, and not to be under the thumb of the person controlling the network, because it's just an extremely high charge. I get for the process it might cost a lot, but there are alternative motors which are a lot less expensive at the cost of so much damage. We got solar, wind, and water, and currently with the technology we have an increased potential output than what we used to have. So there's no need for some of the current things we're using. You know, again, petrol, I guess, is a normal thing, but we have biodegradable gas. You know, again, electric powered cars, fair enough. They still have to work out the kinks in the batteries, but you know, there's so many different angles to look at where we could go just for power. Yeah, I couldn't agree with what's going on with food. There's so much chemicals in them, you don't know what they're doing to it to make it grow fast or how it's going to affect you genetically. Because again, it's something you put in your mouth, which literally is part of your stomach going into your bloodstream. You know, but for a community, again, as I was saying previously, we'd have to have housing. But again, if you implement some of the things for a technological base, you could have a self-sufficient house. It could all be put in back to the grid. So in reality, you're not really having to use anyone. Everyone's just helping everyone. And if you had wireless energy, then you'd probably have wireless cars. So that would save again for damage. Wireless communication, we do have that, but we'd have to test it at a more efficient one, which isn't so damaging to human nature, you know, and the
Yo,
actual
Soph, I love
environment.
you. You know, I love your philosophical self, bruv. You're wicked.
Hey,
You
software
know,
was made for this, man. Software was made for
Yeah.
this thing, man.
Listen, but man, them, I don't want to be rude, right? I gotta get my little man to bed now, so I'll probably bounce back a bit later. Big yourself up, Don.
Yo,
Shifter,
big up Herb.
software.
No, no.
no,
And
it's
listen,
cool.
yeah,
It's cool.
can I just play a little one something for the listeners as well? Because this is the entertainment as well, yeah? This is for the outside people. Just uplift yourself. If you don't mind, guys, if you don't mind.
Hey, cuz you can't play that. It's copyright. Lock it off, bro.
All right, shit.
My
All
bad,
right,
my
sorry,
bad, my bad. Now you didn't know though. You didn't know. That's what I'm saying. No, guys.
sorry,
Oh,
guys, sorry.
listen. No, listen. No. We didn't explain that. Listen, on here you can play. You see that if you got your own music or your brethren's music and that's cool. You know what I'm saying? But
All
you have to
right,
be
say
careful
no
with certain tunes get copyright. You know what I'm saying? And just knock off the whole
Say no
video.
more.
All right, my
All right,
brother.
cuz,
But
say no more.
make sure you come back though, man.
Cuz, I'm here.
All right,
Yeah,
man.
I'm there.
Done no.
Speak in a bit, yeah? Boys, laters, cuz. Take care.
Nice. So yes, Bank Boy, you're there in the building.
Go on, people. You know what I mean? What's good? Big up the panel, big up P, big up Shifter, software. Don't know. Can you man hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, no, we can hear you. Cool. We can hear you.
Right, cool.
We can hear
Yeah,
you.
man. I'm just gonna have a quiet one today. I'm on a listening mode today. You get me? So I just wanna listen. Feel me? Nice.
No, it's cool. It's cool. I'll just quickly finish off what I was posed earlier. So as I was saying, that we're at a point where we have so much different ways of doing things currently. We're better efficient at developing new ways to use materials which are there, and we don't really have to use pesticides when we have animals which are natural pesticides that actually eat these tiny bugs. You know, there are different ways of doing things. If you look hard enough, you realize that people have spent so much time researching and developing different ideas into physical reality to make it practical. But you have people that don't want them to be implicated into the system because it's not economically friendly for them. So again, if we're gonna have to look from a different angle, we have to come together as a community and look at these different ideas which could probably change the way you do things. It might be less damaging to the environment, or maybe you test it and you realize it is too damaging, so that's something you're not even going to pursue, where most people, they understand that, but sometimes you have certain people that just think, how much more damaging can it be? No, you need to stop. You already realized the potential at your first chance, you know? So again, I'd have to say that we just have to come together with different ideas and look at what we currently know now from what we did. We need to go back and not be selfish and hold on to certain things which are of ancient information and value to us currently, which could change the way we look at things. We all know that there are people that are not even taught about in the education system, but we use their applications every single day and don't even realize how it was able for us to even have these practicalities right now, you know. But enough said. So Shiff, are you there? He's probably gone on
Yeah,
vacation.
sorry about that. No, I've got. That's where it was. I was just trying to move the mouse over to it. Sometimes it has that little glitch. You have to click the buttons first before it starts to flip and turn on.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. You know, but again, as I was saying, from my aspect, that would only be something that I've looked at. But you know, to some people, it might be a bit scientific. You know, you would always have to have someone else who has a more simpler way of doing things, which is more explainable or maybe more friendly, I guess.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. But is there anything else that you think you should be adding to that?
Well, I don't know. There's so many different things that we could add, but the way society views them is just that we've been posed to think a certain way through the media. So, for instance, artificial intelligence. Some people think it's good, some people think it's bad. But from everything that we've been told, it's supposed to be bad.
Yeah.
You know, other life forms other than Homo sapiens, almost 99% of the film show that they're coming to invade and kill us.
Yeah.
You know, we don't even have to go outside of humans. Look at the way history has shown movies: America versus China, England versus Russia, or America versus Russia. Or, you know, all of these things, and you're having one hero at the end. Again, it's just mass murder. There's nothing good that really comes out of it. Fair enough, one side won, but how much people died in the process? And it's supposed to be seen as a good thing. It's something that, you know, we sit down and we get really addicted to, and we zone in. We literally just channel out to the world around us. But, you know, these are things which are there for us. They're put there to get us to view things a certain way.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with entertainment, but there's so much more than just entertainment. If we all work together, then the only things that would be left would be research and development, because we'd all be helping to plant trees and food. We'd all be helping to build and do research. We'd probably be going out to discover and visit new places, maybe in the sea where we haven't gone, or I don't know, maybe in space. Who actually knows? You know, we probably find different ways of using materials, which could be synthetic or biosynthetic or just completely bioorganic. You know, who knows? But because it's not allowed, sharing information is so discreet, it's not really public. If I do research right now, do I have to be afraid that someone wants to take it and use it for the wrong means? This is why people need to be careful. But if it was not that type of world, we wouldn't have to worry about that. But that's just my opinion.
Yo.
You know, you're back. I hear you.
Yeah, man. When I got some dinner, cuz.
Nah, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
Say
But
again,
again,
cuz.
nah, son, that's cool. Nah, I hear you. You need to eat, man. It's nothing but love.
Yeah, man. Just you know what I mean.
No, but I have to pose this question, and if we're all gonna be a community, I know what you said earlier about maybe atheists, but you have to remember even an atheist believes in something. Everybody believes in something. So are you saying there'd be no religion, or everyone has the right to their own belief in a deity, or what
Who's that
is?
out to?
Well,
Who's that out
this is
to?
this is me just generally asking. If you're
Oh,
gonna have to have a change, you got to remember every individual has their own wants and beliefs. So how's that really gonna impact this type of unity that we're trying to achieve?
everyone's got something they believe. What do you believe?
I don't know. Currently, I'm still searching for a valid point of view.
Are you an atheist?
No, not at all. But
What do you
I,
believe then?
but I don't currently believe in what's represented. Fair enough, all the stories seem similar and they have very good points of views and guidelines, but a lot of it is to do with violence. So again,
What other
it's hum
religions are? What do you mean, other religions?
they all have similar stories, and I'm trying to get you to understand, in my point of view, humans cannot be so shrewd, or are we?
So that's what I'm saying. What do you believe in?
I believe there's got to be an alternative. This can't be all that there is. There's got to be something better.
So you believe in alternative?
I believe an alternative. I believe in an almighty creator that made everything to a definitive point.
Now we're
Cause
getting there. Now we're getting there.
I,
We're
I
getting
do
there now.
I do believe in causality. I do believe in evolution and
Yeah.
difference. But again, what I define as what I would think as what someone would call a creator or God, is not the same thing. I just can't see it. There's so much cloud around the evidence which we've been given. I just won't accept it.
That's what I'm saying. You believe in what you believe in. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?
No, there is
But what the
nothing
next
wrong.
person believes in, what they believe in.
Yeah, that's their personal journey. So I'm not gonna
There
say
you go.
I'm an atheist. I was raised and I understood Christianity at the end
But
of the
that's
day.
your journey.
But again,
I
I
mean,
have read other books and looked at other points of views and gone back and look at historical points and relics. So it now makes me question what is currently presented. So again, when you ask me what do I believe, I'm still trying to find what that is
right,
supposed to be.
software. This is my opinion. Yeah. Now, if I read the book and I said where you live and I wrote in the book, would it look like that in real life?
It depends on how long time has changed.
No, but you're reading a book, which is words. You've got to put into a picture.
Yeah, but watch
Understand?
this. My
But
interpretation and
living
your
there is going to
interpretation
be
is two
different.
different things. No, but wait,
Yeah.
an interpretation without visual picture, written text, and explanation, which again can be taken differently by whoever interprets it.
All right, then. What do you think Bethlehem would look like? You haven't gone there. So if you
I
go
don't.
there now,
I wouldn't
you
know.
understand?
I couldn't.
Right,
I
but
couldn't
reading it,
even.
you have a picture in your head.
Yeah, but then how
Cool.
would you picture it? Would you picture it based on how you thought history was? So you're thinking these
No, it's
people are
how you've
primitive.
read it. It's
No,
how
but
you've
wait,
read it. You've
wait,
read it.
listen to what I'm trying to say, yeah? Right?
Okay.
Because there's ways of how you would visualize the past. So far, we've been shown the past is supposed to look like this. So when you go back and you say this person was born in a Maine and the city was supposed to be a certain way, you're gonna look at it as got bricks. There ain't no metal buildings like we have now, probably thatched roof. So it's already printed some type of image in your head. For all you know,
There
it
you
could
go.
be some advanced civilization that had a
Yeah.
flying city. You wouldn't know, because
Fair comment.
the whole point of it is that you've already had something implanted in your head. Like I've gone back and I look at the Bhagavad Gita, and they're talking about the Vinamas. They're supposed to be flying cities of God. How would that contradict Christianity? There weren't no flying cities of God. They just had the golden city, which is supposed to come at the end. Now, at the end of
How
the
do you
day,
know that?
how
How do
might
you know that?
no, but this is
Yeah,
what
but
I'm
how
saying,
do
that
you know that?
this is by reading,
How do you know that?
but I don't know. This is
There
only
you
by what
go.
the book says, right?
Exactly.
So again, I'm not trying to take.
We got questions coming through in the chat as well. So if you lot could just like please at least look at the questions as well.
Okay,
And
please hold on 1 second. What about things like council and parliament? Do you seek to replace these with something else? All right, that's a good point. So let me address that point, right? Because a council, again, is a group of people that come to some form of agreement on the basis of a principle that works for the general population or a small populace. But again, sometimes you have a group called the 1%ers. So they'll have a certain thing that just works just for them and not for the populace, you know. And again, when you have parliament and a council like that, sometimes people take advantage of their position because everyone's trying to get their favor. A normal person wants to feel, oh yeah, he can get my point of view across. Maybe I could buy his charity and I might offer him more food or invite him in for dinner. This is what you have to understand. This is how the world works. People are very decisive in what they want to do. What are they? Me 1%ers? Oh, 1%ers. All right, I'll go back and I'll explain that. Most of you wouldn't, or who haven't looked into 1%ers, they're most of the corporations which actually run the businesses, which run the businesses, which you see. So I know it's a bit complicated, but for instance, you see banks, there's people that run the banks and own the banks. It's a family of people that run these things. You have petrol. It's a group or corporation of people that run these things, and then they invest in companies like Boeing. You know, you can look at the media. I don't personally know all the people who own the media companies, but it's usually a group. And out of my experience in the music industry, it's usually a group of people. Now, it's probably families that own or control the group, just like how you have a business, you manage it. You may not own the business, but you run it for someone else because it's their money or their idea that you have to pay them to use. So again, I couldn't particularly tell you who the 1%ers are, but as far as we're aware, there are people who are in control or telling you how these things work. Because, you know, again, you'd have free energy already for somebody like Nikola Tesla. You'd have a water working engine, you know, for people that have actually invented these things. They would be in public use right now instead of the alternative you're given, which is petrol or diesel. And you already know that too much of it is bad for the environment. Hold on, let's have a look. Yeah. So I hope what physical evidence do we have to prove these people exist? I don't know. There's so many different ways you could look at it. Like the Shell company owns other companies. You can just go and look them up. But who owns the Shell company? Somebody must own them. It's not just one person that owns them. Well, that's a lot of money going into one person's hands. You know, again, most people hear conspiracy theory about different groups, i.e., the Freemasons, or maybe the Skull and Crossbone, or the Illuminatis. I wouldn't even know who's in there because I'm not one of them. You understand? And I guess even if I was one of them, I'm probably not allowed to speak about it because it would probably cost me my life, I guess, if it's that secretive. But
All right,
the
I've
whole
got a
point of
question
it
for you.
is
So
to just look.
if you're proposing, yeah, ideas for a new community, how would you start that? What would be the first thing to do? You know, where would you position yourself first? What would be your first move on the chessboard? You know, what would be the first thing you would buy?
To,
Where
to,
would
to
be the
be
first
to be
place you would
honest, if
go?
you're asking me personally, I'd move myself off the chessboard. I don't want that responsibility. I've just thrown it straight. I don't want that responsibility. Do you know how much of a burden that is? That's people's lives in your hand. I'd probably crack under the pressure. I'm being honest because I couldn't run it by myself. I wouldn't want to. Yeah, somebody will disagree with me. Somebody would want to cause me problems, or somebody would be upset because of
Yeah,
the
but you
decision
see
I
what you're
made.
doing now, yeah? You see what you're doing now? Like, we get your, I think I understand anyway where you're coming from. It's just that, you know, this isn't about you. This is about everyone on the whole, in it. So it's not necessarily going to be you in the position under any pressure.
All right, look at it like this. You have a panel of people, you still have to vote in somebody's idea. That's
I got
still a group of people agreeing on.
you in particular. We're not worried about anyone else right now. We're getting some ideas from you because you're here today. So we're going to hear from you. When someone else is here, we'll hear from them, innit?
Well,
So
well, fair enough. If it was me, I'd probably have to do it where you'd collect so much ideas. You know, again, you'd still use the principle of what we have today. Thank you very much. Of computers, but again, the best way to use a computer is to use an algorithm. We are at a point where we can actually program computers to make predictions of the best ways to do things. It's just that we're so afraid of giving a computer that choice. It's that your thinking is taking control and it's living your life. I'm not telling you that these things need to tell you how to live your life. I'm simply saying I'm going to put in some parameters. These are the environment. This is the materials I'm using. How much time would it cost? What's the most efficient way to build the building? Because maybe I'm dealing with soft sand or whatever. Let's see what she has to say. Sorry. Are we gonna hear something today? We could probably hear about how a community could run. So, for instance, if it was me, I'd have to start with the basic infrastructure and needs. I'd probably have to get people to chip in, and I'd start digging from the sea inwards, and I'd outline rivers and canals so that people would have not just water supply but a form of transport as well. Then around that, I would build houses. Probably in the center, I would, like 100-mile radius, I'd build outwards from the center, but I'd have the power grid probably in the center, and I would make it wireless so that everybody could have the ability to have free electricity. It wouldn't be charged because I would be using the natural resources around me to generate these things. Again, most people, I guess, there are drugs out there, but there are other alternative ways to synthesize the same things, just like how people are now having CBD from marijuana. There's an alternative way to get something which still gives you the same thing that you're trying to get from it. So again, I would look at how you could improve the environment, and less of polluting the seas and the waters that we drink from, but another way to how to recycle it. Again, we need biodegradable materials. Plastics are not really helpful, and breaking them down once they've been melted into the composition that we want them, sometimes you can't really get much out of it apart from a material that's just left for waste, which isn't good for the environment, and it takes so long to break down. You have to find an alternative to destroy these materials. So again, I would have to be looking at the basics of that. I mustn't
Go back
forget
to the
that.
question though that I asked you though, because I'm asking you for a starting point. Where does it start? Well, what is the first thing you do?
The first thing I do is talk to the people. I can't do it by myself. And I need to ask them what they need and what they want.
All right, before we go into that discussion, it doesn't make sense really, because we're already in that position where we're now discussing things. So we don't need to have that discussion. We just need to know what would be your next move from here, from the point of talking to people. Once you've got enough people, you know, thinking the same way, or
well, like I said, I would start by
ready to invest in the same way, at least to some point.
Okay, so, yeah, but like I said, I have to start with water. I have to lay the land out so that you have the ability to have a grid, water supply, and transport. Then you'd have houses. You'd also be able to have solar energy and environmental energy powering your houses and also going back to the grid. So it's not only powering your grid, it's powering your house too and your transport.
How would you propose that you could run that with the government that's in place already?
Well, to be honest, the government wouldn't want it because it's not economically friendly. Remember, these people worry about how much they get paid for every time they make a decision. Yeah. I make a new idea today and it's supposed to help the world. You know what? I'm going to put it out there as free source information. I don't personally care because I'm trying not to be selfish, but not everybody thinks like that. If you have an alternative motive, you're not going to get very far. You know, again, people wear gold. There's nothing wrong with wearing gold, but gold is actually a good material for electronics. It actually helps against certain things which can affect your body, you know. Mercury as well. Mercury, these are things which again is poisonous, but if it's handled in the right way, it can be used to generate electricity. The Faraday motor was one of the first principles of that, but we don't use these things because again, we've gone away from some of the things which were discovered. We need to go back into what was there before and use these things, you know. As I was going to say is, once you have food and house and power, people will get bored. So you need to give them things to do, jobs. Children need to be taught and educated.
Software, can I just pause you for a second there? We've had a listener on the phone saying no one wants to be part of a world that's not eco-friendly, so they wanted me to put that point across to you and see how you felt about that. And also there's another question in the chat which I've put up on your screen. Hopefully you can see it. Maybe you can deal with that one.
Okay. Eco-friendly. As I was saying before, currently we have things which are destroying the environment, which all comes from crude oil currently. Plastics, petrol, things which are used for airplanes, K9, our normal gasoline, which we get in our lighters. A lot of things are processed from these materials. Not to say that you can't process them, but you need to be aware there are other ways of making stuff. So currently we burn them to help generate our electricity as fossil fuels. As I was saying before, we do have environment, so we do have solar, we have wind, and we have water. There's usually a lot of static energy naturally in the environment, so there's other ways of doing that. You can generate electricity through magnetism. This is what I was saying about Mercury.
Because the question in the chat was, what sense does it make if you can't actually do it? Like, help us with that. Is it even feasible? Is this something that could actually be possible?
To be honest, to build a little generator like that is quite feasible. You'd probably be able to build one for maybe less than £200 or even less than that. The way I work it out, it's taking the time to actually work out how it works for a small unit, and then work out how it works for a bigger unit. I'm spending a lot of my time currently looking at these principles now. I'm just saving up to buy the certain materials. I've already invested in something to help me be able to build these things myself, because there's things out there like 3D
Myself,
printers.
I think what the person was saying, like, so like now we're saying we're building a community. Some people want to move forward from now.
You
So what
have
you're
to
saying
replace.
is, hold on. They've got
Go
no,
on.
but hold on a minute. Yeah, they've got certain, like, if you think of London, for argument's sake, there's an ultra low emission, yeah,
Yeah.
right now, right? That's the city, right? So they are cleaning the air. Really, they've been having hybrids and all this for a long time. So if you're talking about building a community from now, yeah, what are you saying? That anything in your community's got to be electric or hybrid? Because that's the cleanest thing right now. I understand you're talking scientific of all the fossil fuels of the earth and that. But what I'm saying is right now, everyone's saying it's building this community right now. I think they're trying to ask questions like,
if you're talking
right now?
If you're talking right now, then yes, you would directly have to replace them with battery ones. But replacing them with battery ones currently is not the most efficient, because the batteries are not fully safe. So I would just put that out there, regardless of it may be in a better idea.
Are you thinking of people's affordability?
It's not about affordability, it's about safety. I'm not going to give you something.
If you don't have that, right, what some people will do is public transport, yeah? So how's that going to be? So what I'm saying is right now, so you say right now, this is the regimen, or this is the requirement, that it's got to be this or it's got to be that. Do you understand?
How much does it cost? Hold on, but if you're saying someone's asking me a question. Power,
yeah.
So how much does it cost? All right.
Yeah, people don't know costs and that. Yeah.
All right. So see, theoretically, if you're building a small unit for yourself, which you could have in your house, which would probably power a few of your units, the way I practically work it out, based on the materials, if you're including the machine as well, I'd say about a grand plus. Yeah. So that's why I say that, because I'm not including the machine, because I've had to buy a machine. If I'm just talking about the basic materials, you could just get the materials and use basic tools, but you wouldn't be able to make it properly without you having proper tools to do it. So you'd have to spend a little bit more. But hello? Someone's giving me feedback. Right. Yeah. So to do it, basically, you could, like I said, probably about £200. You need copper. You need some wire. You need mercury, water, salt. There's other things you also need, which I'm still finding out the rest of it. But you could make a small one. But to do it big enough for maybe London, I'd have to go back and work out how much material I'd actually need. So I couldn't tell you that off the top of my head. And then once you have that, you'd have to implement relay points along the way so that the electricity could be passed on wirelessly and safe, so that other people can pick it up close, because we do have wireless electricity at the moment. That's just one example, but how would you be able to do it with the current government that we have now? We can't, unless we take over and start again. It's kind of hard. Hello?
Yeah, I think we will get you. We definitely got your point there when you say unless we start over again and take over, whatever. But obviously, are there other options other than just taking over? You know, is the option of leaving an option? You know,
can you leave right now? I'm asking you this question posed to you or anyone who's here right now listening. Currently, we're supposed to stay in our house. They've cut off whether you can fly out of the country, and I don't know whether you can take a boat. So you're asking about leaving right now. Can you really leave right now? So that's my question to you.
If you're asking, can we leave right now? I'd imagine the answer is really no. It's ooh, baby, please don't go. Yeah, it's all of that. Like at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is, you know, right now we're like caged animals, isn't it? Like that's the truth of it. Like it's hard work being human,
Is
right?
is that how you feel, or is that how it actually is? Because
Well,
remember,
we're like
being
caged animals,
caged.
but we're not
Hold
caged
on.
animals.
Yeah, being caged. You can be caged in your mind, or you can be physically caged behind bars. How are you caged?
Well, we're caged, but we're caging ourselves.
It's a good point. Very good point.
I don't know if we're
Nadia,
KJBs, you know, like that, but we're definitely into this caging business.
yeah, shouts out to Nadia for the questions as well, and shout out to those who were asking about the economical question as well. If there are any others,
I think that's a
please ask.
definite a point of interest, you know, where we need to really think like, you know, if people want something different, if they're not happy with what they've got already, you have to think economically, is something else possible? And I think that, you know, that is the root to everything. Once you can economically afford something, then you can start putting things together and do something. You know, if you can't afford anything, how can you do it? You know, you can get to the shop, but you can't afford the hardware.
All right, I'll give a little tip for anyone who's just got a little interest in tech or science and are interested in free energy examples. You have John Cyril. His surname is spelled S for sugar, E for echo, A for alpha, R for Romeo, L for Lima. He made engine which works off just magnets, but yet they don't want to deploy it. So you can go and look up what he does. Faraday made what you currently have a version of now, which is a motor and a battery, but the principle started off mercury passing electricity through it. Not much research has gone into it since then, or maybe it has, but we're not aware of it. Then there's the unison wheel, a wheel that is supposed to be perfectly balanced. It continuously spins without you having to put any motion into it. These are just some examples of free type of energy. You know, you have magnets, as we know, you put them together on a wheel close enough with enough copper wire, it actually has an electrical current.
So how can
Now,
we make that information beneficial to the community?
well, somebody who's interested in how these things work would go out of their way and research, like myself. It doesn't happen overnight. It does take years, and sometimes it will take even longer because some information is only now just coming out, whereas when I was looking before, it wasn't available. So this is the whole point of there's not enough information and it takes too much time.
Yeah, but we know
But
that there is places on the earth today where people live completely off grid.
of course,
So why would it
of
be non-feasible? Why would it be more
for
expensive?
for them, they probably live in somewhere where there's a lot of the environment around them, as you're saying, off grid. So they probably have natural resources, trees, maybe organic things like silver or gold. They're probably laying just around, or even just food. You know, so if you're somewhere like that, you have a better possibility of being able to start. But again, you would still need the normal tools which you would use to build these applications, which you probably get from somewhere which is a little bit more civilized, unless you have the information. So to build them, like I said, just look, and it's not like ideas cannot be merged together. Some principles may not work, but others will. It's just how you put them together. And this is what I'm trying to do at the moment. And I'm pretty sure there's loads of other people out there that is capable or who are doing the same thing. Hence why they're living off the grid, or they're trying to now start living off the grid.
I'm hearing you, but then, you know, if there's people already doing it, then could it be something that is economically possible for people, you know, in larger
Yeah,
numbers?
it is possible, but how do I know about it? Unless I know these people and I know how their setup is, or they're publicly saying this is how my house works and this is how I produce stuff off my land. You're having to just pick needles from a haystack. You're having to now do the whole developing that system of how it works by yourself, or you're
I
having
got
to
you.
get people of the same like minds to pitch in and work together. But it
Yeah, but
does
is
take
there a
time.
problem with that? Is there a problem with that? At the end of the day, you know, if you're part of a community and you know you want to be a pillar of the community, then isn't that something, you know, that if you know you would be good at doing, you know, wouldn't it be good for you to take that on and at least try and at least put some ideas forwards, even if you couldn't?
Would I? Could I?
Well,
Yes.
you're putting
You know,
ideas forward.
given the opportunity, if I was approached by someone who could actually help me build a lot of these things, or if I was approached by a group of people that was all willing to allow me to help build these things for everyone to be able to use, then by all means I would. But again, things take time to research so that you can develop them. You know, I'm not saying that I wouldn't bring what I currently have now, because I'm pretty sure I'm not that far off of discovering something new, because everyone always discovers something new while they make errors. You know, so for me, I wouldn't mind doing that, but of course it takes time for me to reach that point, and no one has really come to me and said to me, oh, um let's hear what your idea is. Maybe it might be something that works. Don't get me wrong, I've been in university and colleges and I've pitched my ideas across the lecturers and they've told me it would work. It's not impossible. It's just currently they don't have a group of people that have got together to do this that we are aware of. And the only reason why I say aware of it possibly has happened. Maybe they just think, well, yeah, there's no money in it. So I couldn't tell you because I don't have any evidence.
Yeah, out to gaming, music, media. Big up yourself. They put up a comment a moment ago as well. Actually, maybe we should read that one out and see if we can
Yeah,
get.
we got a semi-link back to basics. No, that's true. That's true. I feel you there. I feel you there.
What do you mean by back to basics though? What kinds of basics? What are the key ones? Because there's loads of things that is basic.
Yeah, but
Getting
what
back
are the
to basics, we could be talking
how,
about going back to when we were kids, you know, the basics that we was taught by mum and dad, or we can
that's a
bend
good.
that
Could I
back
get a
to-
definition on that,
yeah,
if
but obviously
possible?
I'm saying there's different types of basics in it. So can we get a bit of a clearer question if possible?
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I think what you're saying, yeah, obviously is that, you know, there's possibilities, but you're not really willing to put your finger on one and push the boat out there at this point. You're just saying there is possibilities. But
I'm not saying that, because if you're actually listening to what I'm saying, I've explained the possibilities in how I've brought it to you. The first things I said to you was water and mercury, you know, and electricity. So I'm actually telling you how it works.
which
Yeah,
possibility do you subscribe to is what I'm asking.
my possibility.
Yeah, what possibilities would you subscribe to? Rather than us just go on the basis that, you know, there is possibilities and, you know, there are ideas and people with ideas. Let's just imagine you're the person with the idea for now, and you're just telling us your idea, and we're just running with it. We're just going to see where.
Okay, if it was my idea right now, I'd probably just work on something which would be wireless electricity, something that would be self-sufficient motor, yeah, which would be on a unison type of wheel. I would be using maybe magnetic power instead of burning fossil fuels, and I'd be sending that current wirelessly to devices. With foods, I wouldn't be putting any GMOs in there. I'd actually organically grow them. Fair enough, it takes longer, but if you're growing food everywhere in the world and everyone's pitching in, I'm pretty sure you can ship the food over in time so that everyone gets to eat all of one plate.
All right, you've got a question. You've got a question.
I can't see the question. Sorry, my
Modern technology is new. How did we survive before it?
well, as far as I've gone back and I've seen personally myself, we did have a quite advanced stuff, but they were more in tune with nature. And what I mean by in tune with nature, yes, they did have devices which worked off water. They had devices which worked off solar. They even had electricity, which, you know, we all knew was there, but, you know, people are saying they've only just recently discovered it now. One of the things that they're not telling you that they had, which most people know about, and even Tesla found out about it, is frequencies, which is sound. Manipulating a frequency, then you can manipulate objects or even break them apart. For instance, tuning hammer against a glass, you can shatter the glass. That's manipulating an object. So I don't know how they did it, but I am aware that they did it, because there is no way that they can move these heavy pieces of rock from across the ocean, on a different side of the continent, in a different place in the world, back to where it is, just by hauling it on some puny wooden boats that they tell us they had, with no advanced technology, and perfectly cut better than our machines that cut them now. That's impossible. We can't have de-evolved that far that we didn't even know what happened. Something just happened that we're just not aware of.
I'm hearing you. I'm following you.
No. So yeah, but let me jump off quickly. Sorry, people. I do have personal needs. I do need to do stuff. I will be back probably in about 10 or 15 minutes. So please forgive me, if you don't mind. So can I hand it back to you?
Yeah, that's cool. I think what Software was saying was quite interesting. And I think it's definitely something for us all to consider in the sense of, options. We've all got options, but what option would we really take? I think he was at a point where, he'd come to conclusions about particular ideas in his mind, but not so much on other ideas, which made him quite indecisive at this point. He's not really sure. He thinks it's a good idea, for us to have a community, to be ready for something, some kind of catastrophe. But it doesn't sound like he's 100% with his idea just yet. Out to man like Torok, big up Torok, Torok, you should join the show still. I'm just pasting up the link in the chat. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna go into the actual the stream. Yeah, the link should be in the chat. I don't know what's happening here, but the link should be in the chat, Torok, man. If you want to join, feel free. Out to Bank Boy, big up yourself as well. Right now he's kind of silent. I know he's kind of multitasking at the moment though as well, so it is what it is. But yeah, we're just on there talking the things, Out to Michelle, big up yourself. Like, we're just trying to make sure that everyone's tuned in and, got the right idea of what to do in any situation that may arise during this crisis that we're under, And on top of that, I think it's good that we got somewhere to chat and have a bit of a discussion, a bit of banter, a little bit of fun. Out to Panero, because Panero's Mind, the channel actually shares quite a lot of knowledge as well for people in the community to come and learn things and understand things that there might not necessarily be answers out there for, Like back in the day, we would go to church and then things there, Sunday school. A lot of these kids today, they haven't got anything like that. They got nothing to reflect on that. They have no experience with these things. So it at least gives them a brief look into some things, at least, if nothing else. So we try and keep it clean. We'll try and keep the swearing like right down to a minimum, non-existent if possible. And yeah, who's that man like Torok? What's happening, Torok?
Big up. Evening.
You good, yeah?
Oh, good night. Yeah, man.
Yeah, we had to start up a new room still where we got some more.
What's your?
Go on.
Yeah, what's sort of the topic today?
The topic over here right now is we're talking about community and how we can build a better community than the one we've already been living under.
True.
What kind of things we're going to need to put in place. How could it be, made realistically, financially realistic, and doable, plausible, feasible, and also looking at what kind of people we'd want within our new community, where it would be, how it could work, and just really getting into some juicy questions.
I see what you mean.
What have you been up to today yourself?
Nothing much, just cooking really. And yeah, that's it really. Just listening to a couple streams and seeing what's going on in the world.
Yeah, wicked.
Yeah.
We're trying to keep it quite friendly over here. So when people are talking about things, I like them to keep a bit of respect about everything they're talking about, respect everyone else, and just keep it like, very humble and try and leave the swearing out where we can.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts at the moment with all the coronavirus stuff going on? Where are you at with it all?
To be honest, it's kind of weird at the moment, like really and truly. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what's gonna be next. Like, to be honest, I'm more worried about, like, say, the American people and sort of the Caribbean folk.
Yeah, I've heard there's been quite a few deaths in America.
Yeah, like, I know when things go wrong in America, it really goes bad for our people there, if you know what I mean. I hope everything be all right and it blows through all right, and people then, you know what I mean, get through, because that they don't really have, well, they can't even trust their medical service, and they have to pay a lot of money for their medical service.
Yeah.
And in the Caribbean, it's sort of decent, but I feel sorry for some of the people in town. But I'm more of a country person, but still feel it for the people in the Caribbean, that if certain people are poor and they can't get food for themselves and certain things. Because a lot of people, a lot of people, they packed up their house in it with food and different type of things, and some people, they just didn't have that money at the time, or you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult times for everyone right now, man. So what's the situation with all of that then? If they haven't got no food, they're not allowed to go out and get none now.
I don't know. It's more difficult, innit? When you're in town, and it's just concrete you got in it, so that everything is mostly the shop you rely on, or certain things, and a lot of the food probably people buy out, and you don't probably have enough money to get what you need to get, you know what I mean? Because it's all like, it's a different type of environment, but maybe people in the countryside, they're more prosperous, because at this moment in time it's like springtime, and hopefully like a lot of things are coming back in, so they might have some food to share around in the Caribbean, if certain people can't feed themselves as well.
So would you say that charity is important right now amongst us?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, yeah, because that's the kind of vibe I was catching off of you, because that sounds quite, it sounds quite harsh in comparison to being like, we're locked down, but we can still go to the Sainsbury's or to the Tesco's or,
the Turkish shop.
Yeah,
Even Polish shop.
There's things that are operational. This is it. So, although, we're not allowed to go to the pub, there's certain fun aspects that's been taken out of it. This is our lives we're dealing with. So that's one thing that seems understandable about what's going on right now. But
and the thing with a lot of a lot of hot countries, the people don't really stay in their house. The majority of the time they're outside. So I think it's going to be a very hard struggle for people in them hot countries to actually stay in their house.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a difficult one, especially where people might not necessarily have enough food and supplies in the house, and they need things. And I don't know what their benefit system is, or if they've even got one, what kind of things they have to help sustain them during this period of time. I doubt the same arm that was extended to us was extended to them. I doubt that very much. So think of it like that as well. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Because I'll be honest with me, I do a bit like what they call it online. That's what they call it, trading. certain things, and to like at the moment that just seems like the only way to make a bit of money at this moment in time. Everything else is a bit locked down. If you ain't, the only thing you can really do is if you've got a shop, if you know what I mean. And for the past couple of months or like last 2 years now, it's been very nearly instrumental to nearly everything I do now, if you know what I mean, with the stock market and just like little things. And I think a lot of people need to probably even look into it or try and understand to buy shares and certain things like that, or certain investments for the future if you never know what happens.
Yeah, definitely. So obviously we're talking about community at the moment, yeah. And one thing that came up in the community yesterday was we was talking about how to build a new community, but another thing that came up was, what are the main parts of that community? And two things that came up was religion, and the other one was economics, like that, and the type of people as well was a third that came up. But I think like we've touched on the other two for a bit today. Like obviously I know you're not, I don't know if like when I say religious, how do you feel about the word religious? Do you call yourself religious, or how do you describe yourself?
To be really honest, as a Caribbean person, I find that we're very highly religious and highly spiritual. Yeah, like I find we're very religious or spiritual. Well, we might not be religious, but I can find that there's something in us that gravitate to spirituality more than other people would, in a sense. Like we really take it to the extra level, and I find what I find in our community.
Okay, so obviously I've heard you talk before about the spirituality systems of like the Native Americans and connecting that to things like Israelites and stuff like that. Could you give us a bit of information on that, a little bit of background for my show, so people know a little bit about the information that you can offer to us within the community?
What, just like on what with the Israelites, or just like the Caribbean, that this spirituality?
All of it, the whole, like wherever you would prefer to start from, and this is a friendly environment as well, so it's not no debate show. Like no one's on here to debate anyone. You can share your information. People take it how you want to take it or leave it. It's not everyone's not going to say something that reflects with everyone. They're going to reflect with them. And that's cool. Everyone can have their say though, and we just do it respectfully.
Okay. All right. And let me try to get a little something.
Yeah, that would be nice still. I think that would be good, because we like to share knowledge as well. And at the end of the day, the channel that this is on, Nero's Mind, it's a knowledge-based channel. So, some of it they call conspiracy, but we know what a real conspiracy is. And, we're just promoting knowledge, alternative ways of thinking, if anything, as well as knowledge. So, yeah, it would be nice to hear some alternative theories, theologies, religions, just different types of things, hearing what people are going through and how they're surviving, at this point in time, and what's been affected in it, and does it line up with anything within it? Are we expecting worse? We want to answer questions.
Okay, I've got this thing here. It was saying, when Europeans first glimpsed Native Americans more than 400 years ago, many were convinced that they had discovered the lost tribes of Israel. At a closer look, the connections are astounding. This hidden association has taken on greater importance recently as two nations familiar faces similar threats, perhaps even common massacre. Unmistakable traces of Jewish prayer echoes through the voice of Joseph Riverwind, a Amaru war chief of the Northern Arawak Nation of the indigenous people of South America and the Caribbean. So the Arawak people are a nation of people that sort of spread out from, say, parts of little bits of Florida and some of the little islands over the other side, like the Bahamas, and throughout Central America and South America mostly. And where am I now? Yeah, so it says
Yeah, we're
yeah,
listening.
it says the South American Caribbean indigenous people, they sing a song called Shima Shima or Nima Poscal Hoya Hoya. He translate this ancient Native American song. Listen, listen, people, as you gather together, we would dance before the Creator. This strongly reminiscent of the Jewish prayer Shema, which literally means hear. These two words are embodied in Chief Riverwinds and descendants of both Native Americans, Jews who had their identity as a result of Spanish inquests. The connection between Native Americans and Judaism is very clear. Among my people, our ancient name for God is Yahya, the supreme spirit of spirits, very similar to Yahweh. Chief Riverwind explains among my wife's ancestors, the Anakituwa Cherokee, they called God Yahuwah, and the similarities don't stop there. They carry a ark into battle, celebrate the seventh feast, keep the seventh day of rest, and had cities of refuge, and don't eat pork. The etymology similarities may be archetype themes also connected to spirituality of Native Americans to the Bible. Chief Riverwind also told a Choctaw story about how the Creator came to the man called Noah and told him the world would be covered with water. The man was told to make a great raft to save mankind. The story comes from an oral tradition which dates to pre-Columbian times. Another Native American story tells of a time when the world was all one landmass and we were one tribe, explained Chief Riverwind. He tried to build a sky tower to the Creator. These are pre-missionary oral traditions. These are passed down through trained storytellers who are forbidden from changing a single word. The transoceanic culture connection goes against most scientific theories about the origins of Native Americans. Most anthropologists theorize that Native Americans are descendants from Siberians, Mongolians who migrated North America via the Bering Strait. Chief Riverwind told Breaking News Israel News that the Native Americans tell a very different story. Some Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, believe they are from the tribe of Ephraim. Chief Riverwind explained the Anishinaabe is amazing similarity to the Hebrew word Ashanavi or Ashanav, people of the prophet. They lived on the coast, but their legends say that before that they came from across the great waters. We we have cave drawings of these ships that are very similar to the drawings of the Phoenician ships in history books. This theory is astounding, but archaeological artifacts connections of North America to ancient Israel are not uncommon. The Dectalogy stone found in New Mexico is an 80-ton boulder on which an abridged version of the Ten Commandments is inscribed in ancient Paleo Hebrew, the letter group resembling the tetragrammaton of Yahweh or Yahweh, making three appearances. The stone is controversial and has never been tested in the laboratory or dated by scientific means. Yeah, so like it's showing you all these different connections along
So
the
can you
years.
tell us the source of that one, the information source?
I'll put in the side chat for you. It's called Breaking News Israel. The Lost 10 Tribes.
Okay, yeah, I think that was very interesting. I think that was definitely something people should be looking into, you know, just to be able to qualify that information, because it's very interesting. So obviously, with people talking about the Siberians and the Mongolian side of, you know, this whole Native American thing, what's your position with that, and what are you taking home from that piece of writing as far as that's
How can I say? I think they know when basically these people came over, and it's like very recent, if you know what I mean. But it's only recently they sort of changed their theories and saying that the people they're talking about are Aboriginal Polynesians, and I think it's
okay?
in I think the Incas they have a god. They have a god called Marakota or Marakoti, and basically it's like the same sort of god is depicted with the Aboriginal Australians, and it shows the same god like with like long arms, and a lot of different other Aboriginal tribes depict the same sort of things in
Okay.
there. But,
Yeah, I'm glad you could share that with us, man. Is there any other bits of information you think that would be useful that you could share with us?
let me see. Let me see. Let me send this one over to you.
Yeah, just let me just say a shout out to everyone in the chat. Keep leaving comments. We will post your comments. Out to Don Pinero, out to Pinero's Mind. Everyone hit the subscribe if you're listening, if you're watching at home, wherever you're watching, whatever you're doing. Out to Software. If you've got any questions for Torok as well, feel free to ask. Obviously, you guys haven't spoken to each other online before, but feel free to interact as well.
Yeah, hi Torek. Pleasure to meet
Oh,
you.
big up,
Sorry,
big
I
up.
was off for a little while. You have touched some important, valid points. Could I ask that these historical points in history, even though they share common denomination, what do you suggest that they're pointing out? A higher being, a higher entity, a way of life, or is it just a historical recollection?
To be honest, it's very confusing, to be honest, because like somebody showed me another connection of something, and it just sort of blew my mind. But it sort of like made sense to me in the same time, because like I think like life probably could have started somewhere like in the Middle East or like in Asia. And I was doing some research, and they were saying Tamil is like the mother language of all languages for some reason. And what I've noticed, there was one guy breaking down a lot of different words and certain cultures of Asia, basically, and a lot of the cultures what we have took on. I think it's all connected. One could say, if you know what I mean. But there's how can I say? There's a lot of things that's opening up more, if you know what I mean, or coming to light.
Well, of course, you could say that a lot of the words, apart from some of the English ones, you go back and you see the similarities of the pronunciation. Even before it evolved, we still share some of the same pronouns or pronunciations. You know, so I'm pretty sure that other things which we align up on also should be the same. I guess you're right, it does all depict from one dialect, but it's how it was separated to where we have now, because there's a massive difference between Chinese and English and Russian and Spanish.
Can I just add something in there, Software? Yeah, because You know, me and Torok, we've had this kind of conversation before, and you know, things were inserted into the conversation, i.e., you know, the 2P tribes or the 2P number, you know, different 2P tribes, then if you want to call it that, and you know, the languages, the similarities, things like obviously the actual culture itself of the people, and just the fact that, you know, they wasn't calling them Indians, they was calling them Negroes, to be specific, you know, but then it changed to Indians at a later stage. So, you know,
Yeah, but was that a name given to them, or was it a name they were calling themselves?
well, when they first got to the Americas, the Portuguese and the Spanish, they were calling them Negroes. They weren't calling no one Indian. They were saying specifically Negroes. Yeah,
Well, so that means that they were
What
given
happened?
that name. That's not a
No,
name that
what?
they said to them that this is what we're called. This is what our people are
Yeah.
called.
all right, let Torok say speak first, and then software. If you got anything to add afterwards, you can add, and then we'll conclude in it.
Yeah. You made a good point there, Shifa. What was I gonna say again? What happens with languages is like it's just like nowadays we could say wicked, but you might pick up to say, yeah, that means something good. But if we go back in the past and somebody heard what I say wicked, they think, right, it's something very dreadful. So if you look at the word Indian, or the Spanish word for Indian is called indios. And when the English came afterwards, they wanted to see in the Spanish saying indios, 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 and the Portuguese, oh, indios. So this is where the word Indian started getting very popular. But indios just means, or Indian just means like a wild person. So just like how you see the people like very tribal and very just rural, that's what basically an Indian means, just like a wild person.
But all right, in that hindsight, then it's not just the Indian that was wild, because you had loads of people that have been wild throughout history, which has been recorded. So wouldn't you therefore say that every one of them were wild? Romans were wild, you know. Fair enough. Some Egyptians were wild. Some Muslims have been wild. Some Christians have been wild. Sikhs. So how would I not use the same definition if it's supposed to mean the same thing? It's just
It's like
how we're using it now.
because that the place what we know as India today was only called India, I think, in 1949 or something like that. Very, 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 very recent. It was original name of that place was called Bharat or Bharati land, or what's that other name? What's the name?
That seems to remind me of the Bhagavad Gita, which probably is
Exactly.
named after their book. It's probably named after their book. Most of these places have been
Yeah.
named after some religious or historical
But it
monument.
was called Hindus Valley. That's it, Hindus Valley.
Again, like most people know that Africa, certain places where Egypt is, was Kemet, or the Pacific Ocean, which used to be called the Ethiopian Ocean. The names actually just change. It probably had a name before that, we just don't know.
No, but like that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's just only recently now we're all sort of we think an Indian now is a Pacific phenotype, if you know what I mean. Like, oh, that's definitely an Indian, but
Yeah, it's
realistically,
not.
yeah, it's not really a phenotype like that. Because
It's
if you
not.
really check it, you got people like in between places like India and China, and their culture is literally the same. So like their spiritual teachers are called Brahmas, and the
Yeah,
Chinese one is called a Lama. So they're
which is
literally
like a
one and the
monk.
same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which
Yeah, I never realized that myself, that the two cultures, the Chinese and the Indian cultures, are very interlinked. And even things like the Buddha, you know, Buddha himself started off as a Hindu, if I'm right, something like that.
well, supposedly what happened was a teacher came down. He's supposed to have come somewhere from the African place, from how they traced it back. But he came and he taught what they now class as martial arts. All it was is a form
But they've got
of
a lot of
being able.
Muslims as well.
I don't really know. I can't. I don't
I
know
think there was
how
more than
far
that.
back that history is. You'd have to ask someone else. But from what I know about how the Asia itself was, someone came and taught them a form of martial arts. Martial arts wasn't used to fight; it was used to better do your work for whatever you need for your health. Basically, it is now being transformed into martial arts. So it was a way of living, basically, a way of praying. So I do understand that's why they have certain similarities. And again, we're calling Asia Asia. It's now China or Japan, but again, it was all one place.
I get where
It
you're
was
coming
called
from. How can you prove that it was all one place though? What evidence do you have behind that? Because I've never really learned it as one place. I've learned them as different places for different
Well,
reasons.
we've been taught that through history, but everywhere was one place. The land is only separated because it's grown shorter because of water rising, yeah, and also because of destruction of land. And then you get borders after that. But if you take away the borders, I'm pretty sure that landmass is quite huge.
Take for instance, if you look at the people like what do you call them, Nepalese or Nepals or something like that. They literally speak the same language. It's like one might look Chinese, one might look a bit Asian, or they might just look both at the same time, if you know what I mean. But they literally speak the same sort of Hindi language, that they can count the same, and if you know what I mean. And
yeah, I hear that. But then
the
are a lot of these places connected through different tribal features in the sense of, you know, when certain places got conquered, different tribes or different kingdoms took over, and now those people have just been kind of amalgamated into that population, and if not amalgamated, then taken into that population by some other means, but to some extent amalgamated.
To be quite frank, you're quite right, but in other aspects, you have to look at it. There's been a lot of wars in history, and most of the wars were fought for land or property or ownership of something. So eventually borders were built because people had to make agreements on where the line was drawn. So this is why we have all these segregation, and people are not realizing is these lands have been named either after owners or people whose family name actually owned that land or won it.
But then shouldn't that be one of the points that, you know, we were speaking on in the show today then, you know, because, you know, where is the line drawn and who is negotiating what with whom on whose behalf? You know,
well, the line is drawn is who owns land. I'm pretty sure this land was here before I was born. The land is supposed to be free. Who gave me the right to now put a charge that you must pay me to walk on this piece of earth?
Well, that's what governments are there for.
But isn't that a ploy? When they tell you the land is supposed to be anywhere you can roam.
I hear you. I'm just going to say, obviously, I don't make the rules. So at this point, I'm not in a position to argue with the rules. I'm just going to say, if there's a better way, then who can negotiate that? And obviously, how do you make that possible then?
But it's two different cultures. If you notice with Asia, you have like Northern Asia and you have Southern Asia. And I think the more closer you are to the equator, the more sort of relaxed you are, the more peaceful and harmony you are, sort of things. But at the same time, we have to be realistic that there's always going to be a yin and yang to life, if you know what I mean. And I think this is what we've been missing out on, that understanding the Zen and all these types of things, which was always being philosophized in different ways through different mythologies and things. It's like I think the yin and yang side, you can find it even with the Mayans. They got like a butterfly version of the yin and yang sign, the Nazi sign, or I forgot what they actually call it, but even that's possibly another sort of cosmology sort of thing, or sacred geometry of some sort. But all it's showing you that it's just like life is like a circle in it, basically. Like you got to have a bit of everything, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, out to Annie, she said we need to question things more. I think we definitely do need to question things more, but obviously, if people have got any kind of solid information, we do need solid answers as well, you know, on whatever we can get the solid answers on. like as far as, you know, what we need to question, you know, that's the whole point, you know, to the show, really, you know, like, you know, we've got to really think about the questions, because the questions are essential in, you know, finding the sweet points or the sweet spots, whatever you want to call them, so we can actually do something of significance if it comes to it, you know, when it comes to it.
Because like what I've noticed, a lot of the Asian culture is in the Islam, in the Hinduism, and even in the Mayan. And from time it's in the Mayan, it makes you wonder and look at things in a whole different light, if you know what I mean, and question
Yeah.
things. And you can see the connections, and this is why I think probably life started in Asia or some sort of part. Because if you look at it, say in a metaphorical way, they say the first thing God created, maybe, or not say God, but like the supreme creator made was the sun. And if you notice where the sun rises and how can I say goes down, it's by by like places like Easter Island, if you know what I mean. It's in the Pacific Ocean somewhere where you see the sun rise and it sets,
Yeah.
if you know what I mean. So my mind told me, say, all right, then maybe somewhere there life started first. And I found that one of the oldest pyramids just found recently is in one of those little islands of Indonesia.
Yeah.
So it's making you just look at things a bit different, and also we have to take in account that the sea level. So a lot of lands have gone underneath water. Some places have volcanoes. Some places have earthquakes as well. Because
Yeah,
I think
you
so.
get where you're coming from there.
Yeah, because scientists have proved that New Zealand used to be a supercontinent, where it used to be bigger than what we see of it today, and it was separate from Australia. And if you look at the people of like Hawaii, of the South America, we carry a lot of these types of traits, if you know what I mean. Maybe more North America, you could say, yeah, the Bering Strait, but South America, people haven't really unearthed anything really too deep yet, if you know what I mean. There's
Well,
like
that
even go on, brother.
South America is a mixture of people, because there's a lot of people that were put there from slavery, you know, as outposts. So it's very hard to pinpoint the origin of the people that were there before the current ones that are there now, the settlers, because there are a lot of settlers in loads of different places. So
With
to
that,
say that,
no, like the archaeology of like the actual landmass of the people that live there, because a lot of things you might think is mountains, they're actually pyramids. And America's literally got about 3,000 odd pyramids, more than probably Africa and Asia combined. So you can see there's history that needs to be unearthed.
All right, so before we continue, guys, yeah, I just want to introduce Annie back into the show, yeah, and
sorry about that.
software, because you haven't got just like wait for a second, Annie, we're getting a bit of feedback from your microphone on your end. I'm not sure why, but the subject for today is basically community and how we can build a new community, and what is the main things we need to focus on. You know, where do we start from? You know, and making a start on something, or just a start on a way of thinking, and then we can move on to different subjects after that.
Yeah, because it's even kind of shocking, because most of the oldest bones what they have found now on the planet now is actually in places like Morocco and Spain. And it's just like it just put a whole spanner in the works, that people just thinking, well, what's going on? Like, did people go out through Europe and went into Asia, or like what's going on, if you know what I mean? But I think with these type of things, what we're seeing now, it's more likely that there was just loads of different sets of people spread out all over the planet, or maybe at a time it was easier to cross water and certain things like that.
Yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from, in the sense of, you know, if everywhere was connected at one point, you could just walk to everywhere. You didn't have to worry about a boat even. But obviously, there's come a time where, you know, the land has either evolved over time physically, you know, by whatever means, whether it be by natural disasters, whether it be by people digging out rivers or whatever they're doing, I don't know, who knows. But at some point, things have been separated. So, you know, where we are today. So where we're at today is the focus point, I think, of where we should be starting from. We shouldn't be starting looking in the past or in the future at something that's out of touch with us. It's out of reach. We should be looking at what's in reach and what we can do with what we've got in reach to protect ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the only thing that really makes sense. You know, outside of that, all we're doing, we're having a conversation about something that is outside of our reach. It's not within grasp. Now, we could build an idea, and an idea is just an idea. But, you know, if it's something that we can feasibly do, it becomes more than an idea. It becomes an ideology, you know? So at the end of the day, I'm just saying, you know, for the people out there that, you know, for us here at least, you know, we could start building on an idea and start thinking about feasible ideas and things that we could actually do, you know, things that could be implemented, you know, ways of survival, places of survival, you know. Because at the end of the day, you know, if our own government's going to fail us the way they failed us right now and got us locked up in houses like prisoners, like with our own key to our own cell, you know, what's next? And I'll be prepared to just wait for what's next before we have an alternative.
Mm-hmm. You have to ask the people. You have to ask the people that. You have to get a consensus. I think it's important to get a consensus of how the people are feeling. And I keep saying this because everything we say and do is being measured. And if I feel like if they get to like 50% of a consensus that is saying, yeah, no, this is okay, you know, this is right, this is okay for them to do this, they're going to start saying, right, we can start rolling to the next phase. It's like it's a waiting game. They're waiting to see, they're pushing the boundaries, they're pushing up as close as against the wall as they can possibly push us, adding another 3 weeks, you know. Let's see how far we can push these guinea pigs. That's just what they're doing. They're just waiting to see how far they can push us. They're waiting to see the consensus. The more people now, I don't know if they're measuring in time scale, how long it's going to take people to turn, how long it's going to push them to the limit of their start screaming out and banging down their GP's doors and asking them for a bloody vaccine. So I think where we have to start is the mindset of the people.
Well, this is one thing I was trying to say to my brother Torok, because obviously it came up yesterday, you know, how did the people identify with each other, and the subject of religion came up, and I just wanted Torok to give us a bit of background about what he believes in, and obviously I've asked you as well. And, you know, I want people to be letting us know what they think and we want to know who you are as well, innit? What are you about? What do you bring to the table? You know, and I think Brother Torok can offer a lot of information by way of, you know, indigenous knowledge and information from, you know, tribal stuff to other stuff, you know, that we might not know about.
That's beautiful, and I respect that, Torok, Software, everyone who's in the room, and everybody who's up there on the chat and whatever. But what we need is things in layman terms now, because we're dealing with people who are not so deep as ourselves or other people who seek knowledge, you know. So we have to start putting things in layman terms. You see, the minute you start getting too deep or too, now most of us in this room, we're at a deeper level, or a higher level, whichever way you want to look at it, in the sense that we're seeking. There's a lot of people out there who are sitting down. So we have to do things in a way of layman terms for these people, for them to understand, for them to know what time it is, for them to really kind of wake up. And as soon as we start, when people start yawning or So that's why even me, I know I've got deeper levels or higher levels, but I don't even want to get into that too much sometimes. Yeah, it's great to know where people are coming from. And I think it's very important.
How do you feel about that, brother Torok?
No, 100%. And I'll be honest, like especially last year. Last year was a powerful year of people expressing how their views and a lot of people looking back into their genealogy to see in who they are, in a sense like that. And I've noticed like a lot of people are looking for their identity now. Before it used to be a thing where it used to be majority Caribbeans or African Americans, but I think on the whole now, literally everybody's looking to see who they are as a person and who do they tie back to. And what I've found in today's time is that this black and white thing is literally getting deteriorated now, because people are looking to see exactly who they belong to in a sense like that. And as you could see in Europe now, why England wanted to separate from Europeans to the outside world, you're thinking, oh, but they're all white, they should all be happy with each other and certain things like that. But an Englishman knows who is an Englishman and certain things like that, and he loves who he is and certain things like that. And I find like if us as a nation can love who we are as a people and don't have to actually go out of our way to disrespect another people, I think each individual nation or people will be able to get along better in a sense.
I agree. And we are integrated now. We are more integrated. So we haven't got any excuses not to even try and understand another person's culture, other ways how people live. And we should be able to adapt and adopt those positives from other cultures.
Because what I felt missing with the black movement, they never really looked to the Aboriginal Australians and other black people in Asia that was going through the same persecution and certain things like that. And when you say Africa, then you're gonna pick and choose which one looks lighter, which one look darker, which one have smooth hair, which one have like short hair. So it just got to a point where I had to say, you know what, this is all long now. Why don't I just deal with everybody individually and just take them how they are, you know what I mean? And just deal with them, or you're from this place and your people do this, or my people do that as well. And maybe we can share something. Do you need help? I might need help. And to start from there.
Yeah, I mean, you say like they're going to the Africans and you say the light skin, dark skin. That goes on in Indians too. We know the caste system is rife in India. So to sort of like say, oh, if you go into the African side of things, it's, oh, well, which one is the light skin? The whole white domination goes with physical and mental. It's always been about if you're light skinned, you're, the same thing, Linton Kwesi Johnson. If you're black, step back. If you're brown, it's all right. If you're white, if you're brown, stick around. If you're white, it's all right. And it's always been like that. So, careful how maybe you view things, but
Because the reason why I say that, because even dark people or melanated people in India is only really now they're getting their rights, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
It goes to show, like, wherever you are, melanated people are just about to stepping up, like basically saying, "No, this can't run now," in a sense like that. I just not to say that we need to link up with every melanated people, but I feel like a lot of melanated people now are waking up to say, "Boy, we can see the struggle of each individual person," and I feel like not like we have to fight people's fight, but we can give people a little bit of encouragement, and you know what I mean. That's it, really.
Tarek, that's beautiful. And you know what? In an ideal world, that would be great. But first of all, you will have Asians, Indians, whatever you want to, however you would like to describe them. They will turn around and they'll be darker. Like I'm kind of mid-brown skin. I've got a brother who looks like mixed race. I've got a sister who looks dark skin. We've got all different kind of colors and shades in our family. But you will get a melanated, if you want to call it, person who is highly melanated more than me, and they'd be from India or so. They would never associate themselves with me. They're still Indian or however they want to class themselves Asian, and I'm still black, American. So it's not even divisions just within the people that we live next to each and every single day, let alone, I mean, I don't know any Aborigines, to be fair.
No, but
I don't know
no, but
any Aborigines, so I can't relate to Aborigines in that
no, but
sense. I know that they've gone through big tribulations, and the same with the highly melanated Asians and all people around the world. But at the same time, the divisions, they're deeply etched.
no, but these are the things like what I think as melanated people, yeah, we have to understand is black what they call us. But the thing is, the problem is that we're highly melanated, no matter what how you might look, you know what I mean? Because that's the issue with other people, you know what I mean? And this is why we've been subjugated for so long in a sense like that. And a lot of our
But
achievements have been
Torok,
put to the back burners.
brother Torok, sorry. Why do you think they got a problem with the melanation, with the melanated?
There's a bit of jealousy because you have to understand the people of light skin, they're more of the people of the night, and we are the people of the day.
Can you elaborate on that any more than that?
Basically, the Canaanites came from the caves.
All
And
right, so the Kangs came from the Kangs. We've got you, and the Khans came from the Khans. How does that reflect in this conversation?
because it's talking about what was you saying, Tarak?
It's just saying that the things what in the us as individual people around the world, not the same that oh yeah we all happen to be black, but if we look at each individual person's struggle and just hold your own tribe as well at the same time, not saying I want to fight somebody else's struggle, but I can give them a bit of encouragement and say yeah I can see your fight and this that and the other, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying I'm showing where some certain issues have lied for a long time, and a lot of other people are waking up to it now, you know what I mean, around the world. Aboriginal Australians, some of the darker Indian people, and a lot of the Africans as well.
Yeah, but then Torok, I could say, you know, there's a lot of, you know, fairer or lighter skinned people in the world who live lives blacker than a lot of dark skinned people I know too.
Yeah, but
it's about their acceptance in society.
It's not really that issue. It's the actual attack on the melanated people, how they use us for experiments. Melanin is literally cost more than gold. How do you get melanin now and to sell it on the black market or white market or any market, full stop?
I've definitely got that as a high priority on my list, yeah, as well as you, because we're melanated people as well. We have to love ourselves, innit? But I'm gonna say, you know, people have to be intelligent about what they're doing too, and people have to actually know what they're doing as well. You know, also people have to be, you know, involved, because not every melanated person is going to do the same thing as the last melanated person, just like not every person with a very low amount of hue is going to do the same thing as every other person with a low amount of hue is going to do, you know. And if we're going to start talking about people, like, you know, let's put some respect on it, because at the end of the day, we're all people, in it. That's the bottom line of it, you know, whether we're light skin, dark skin, deep hue, no hue, we're all human beings at the end of the day. And human beings, you know, if we know the history of human beings, at least, you know, the human aspect of it comes from one place. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like,
yeah,
to get to that, for instance, we're going to start talking scientifically then, and we're going to get into Neanderthals and things like that, you know.
There's no need. You can go back, because.
But this is the thing now. When we say this now, what we're going to have to accept is, you know, by way of amalgamation, we're all part of integrated nations. Do you feel where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
so
but
we're all a percentage of. Do you know, like that? That's why they've got this thing called ancestry.com, just to show you, to remind you that you're not no different in it. We're all the same now, in it. Okay, so
Yeah,
Not really.
but yeah, not really. And
Really, I get you, but ultimately, you know, no two
What?
people are exactly the same. By the end of the day, when you need to get blood from the hospital, when you're in a hospital and you're dying, you know, all they care about is your blood type. They didn't care what complexion the guy was or the girl.
Yeah, but I
yeah,
don't get how we're not the same because, you know, hue means color. Man is supposed to be a representation of the Homo sapien. So in reality, apart from the fact that you may live somewhere different or you may have a different skin color, I'm pretty sure you got blood, organs, bones, just like I do. You may have a different blood type, fair enough.
But the
But
thing is, what people don't look at, there's a lot of people that actually stick within their tribes. A lot of the Afro-American people and the Caribbean people, we because of history, they've made us over diverse. So literally, if our modern Caribbean person does their DNA test, you will find nearly everybody across the world. And you do anybody's DNA test from around the world, you can see that
Yeah,
it's
but
mostly
Tora,
white.
I
You know what I
agree
mean?
with you because you see what you're saying, yeah. Like that is literally like if you go old school with it, yeah, then yeah, that's how people used to be. You know, they was very not necessarily against people going outside of their tribe, like marrying or whatever, but
Mm.
you know, it was kind of frowned upon. So, you know, these are old ways of thinking, but then
No,
coming
the thing
into,
is, the
you
thing is,
know,
people came into us in the Caribbean and the Americas, and we've mixed in with them. If you
can I
understand.
just say something? Is everybody aware of the World Health Organization?
yeah, of
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
course.
who? They
Yeah,
call it who?
right.
Yeah,
So
who?
so is everybody aware that every year they have a conference on melanin?
Yeah, but how do you get melanin?
Right, wait. This is just a point I'm trying to make. Every year they have a conference on it. Now, if it wasn't that important, why would they be having a conference on it every year?
Mm-hmm.
That's true, but again, it doesn't answer the question of how do you get melanin. But
Everybody's.
It's definitely to do with your heritage.
yeah,
Mm.
but watch this. I can't just go and pick it up like it's a plant. I can't.
No,
I
Yeah,
can probably synthetically fabricate it like it's steel, but how do you get it?
you have to be of African descent.
Yeah, but if I'm going to buy it
you
in a
can get it out of
bottle,
animals as well. But the
uh,
point is,
but
it's
sorry,
how
I didn't hear that part again.
you can get it out of animals as well. Like there's certain animals that are like very highly melanated animals, and so you can draw it out of certain animals. But the fact is what they're doing with this melanin and
Right.
things like what they call abortion clinics,
Mm-hmm.
where they're using embryos and certain things like that. Like where is all this what's going on there? Like it's nice advertising having an abortion, but you're not showing what you're doing with these fetuses afterwards for people
Yeah,
to
but
see if they really want to
that's true.
do this or not.
But a lot of those fetuses, which may get disposed of, if you're being or have been aware of what they're posting or been
Do,
publicizing, if you
do you
look,
know? Do you know what? I'm
is
sorry.
part of their vaccines. So
Sorry to cut in, guys. Yeah, I think the point that I've been trying to make, yeah, that's kind of been overlooked, is that you know, there's people from different backgrounds with different hue, different characteristics that have all done, you know, good things and bad things. You know, so I look to the good sections of the communities, if that makes sense.
yeah, of course.
And I say, do you know what?
I
Maybe we
agree.
need to have more of a togetherness.
Yeah, but DNA wise, it's proven that more melanated people are calm people. So if you check where we live in the hot places. We have nearly food in abundance around us, so we're very calm and collective people. It's just other people because they have a different type of culture to ours. They look at it as primitive, if you know what I mean. If you look at some of the old, like some of these tribes that are not, they will tell you they don't have nothing like rape and stealing and all them type of horribleness and I think they don't know. Not to say they don't know about these type of things and maybe it don't happen, but they don't. You know what I mean? These things are just not happening around them people because they're actually what they call a community. if you know what
No,
I
that's
mean.
true. That's true. My apologies. I must apologize. But yes, good comment from gaming. If we put the population to live in the North or South Pole, then the population to live among the equator, then play survival of the fittest, see what you get. To be honest, that's only gonna cause more anarchy. I don't really see anything positive coming out of that. That's just another Tower of Babel, basically.
No, but it's yeah, but you have to understand if you look at, take for instance, the people that live in these regions, Iceland, all these places where sometimes you don't get sunshine for 6 months. There's a high suicide rate there because there's lack of what they call vitamin D, which only can get replicated through sunlight and maybe
Mhm.
ultraviolet
Mhm.
sunbeds and all them type of things. But the real thing is through sunlight. And
Mhm.
there's a when it's winter time there, that's when suicide rate goes through the roof.
Mhm.
So
Oh,
think about people who are highly melanated in European countries where they're chemtrailing, hiding all the cloud, I mean, hiding the sunlight, blocking it out with clouds. Of course, there's going to be a high percentage of sickness, i.e., things like asthma, hay fever, what's the other one now? Depression, anxiety, and all these things. Because these people, if you're are highly melanated, you probably have to go underneath a sunbed every once in a while, to be honest. But they're not advertising that for black people, are they?
Correct. I was going to do that. I was going to start going under the sunbed, but
You
what you were saying about the chemtrails, I saw it with my own eyes, wide and clear. Because usually I don't usually see the planes; I just usually see the stripes in the sky. But 2 weeks ago, when
the lines.
yeah,
Yeah.
2 weeks ago when it was sunny, it was a Sunday, and obviously there's no flights, so it did catch my attention. There's an aeroplane. What's that aeroplane doing in the sky?
Mm,
And then when I
yeah,
saw the chemtrails,
yeah.
I was like, oh my God, look at that. The next day, the sky was white.
yeah. The chemtrails are
Exactly.
not just there for what we think it is. Because to be honest, if you look back in the days, maybe not even that far back, maybe 10 years ago, you could look up and see the stars. You'd see things in the sky. They don't want you to see the sky.
They
What
don't.
reason? What reason do they not want you to see the sky? What are we not supposed to see coming?
The planetary changes that are happening, which people know about already, so they can't fool us. Only thing they can fool us with right now is time, because obviously everybody's on the Gregorian calendar. We're not on the right calendar.
Mm-hmm.
So they can, with all of this back and forth with the clock going forward, the clock going backwards, the clock going for all them years of all of that. Their confusion.
Yeah, no. Well, to be honest, they should have just followed the Mayan clock. They put a stone up every couple of years, which carried on. It's one of the oldest known maps and timepieces which they found. They actually have it at NASA. It's proof.
And the
Yeah,
It's proof.
information.
exactly.
You know, come on, they got it. It must mean something.
Hey, you guys, I'm just
Exactly.
going to move my car quickly, yeah, because it's parked in an awkward spot, yeah, but I'll be back shortly. I'm just going to remove myself until I get back.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah, no, you know,
Yeah.
and if people open their eyes about these things and possibly research more, but the the people who don't want to read, unfortunately, are a lot of our own people who
Of
just
course,
Mm.
but you
get
know, because
caught up in
the
some,
information's in the books.
yeah, yeah. And
The
we're the
information.
best way to hide anything is in the
No,
book. Most
but then
people want
again,
books.
look, we used to hide stuff in the books. We don't even do that no more because
Not even have to
everyone's
hide it.
connected. No, but this is the point of what I'm trying to say. They used to take the evidence and hide it in places and then write about it in books and eventually destroy
Yeah.
it. Right?
But
Now, hold
these
on.
books cost like
Now,
over 1,000 grand, 1,000 to 2,000 pounds,
okay, but now, right? They've destroyed these books, and there's only a few of them left because we're putting information on the internet where everyone can read it. So,
Hmm.
what you have to understand is you're never really going to get these books because the information in these books is probably going to blow your mind.
Hmm. Hmm.
So, again, you know, you can only look so far to find whatever There is, and a lot of these places which we would love to go and visit, there's some type of policing, government, or archaeologist who's in charge who won't even let you roam around freely and see or touch anything. You know, fair enough, people used to steal stuff, but you know, even to go and look, there's certain places in the pyramids you're not even allowed to go. The area's just locked off.
Mm,
Why?
yeah.
What's so important down there that we can't go down there or we can't see? What has been removed that you're not telling us about? You know, these are questions that will never be answered because systematically they've been putting up these barriers way before we had opportunities to know anything.
And
And
because
then,
we know that, we just need to go and do our own and go deeper
Yeah.
within and find it from higher meditation and, you know, eating the right foods that can get us to that level. And, you know, there's a path that we have to take. But people just, as you know, we're in a throwaway society. Everything happens fast. Everybody wants fast results. Everybody
yeah,
wants
but
to happen fast.
that goes back to this theory. This goes back to the theory of, is it herbology or germology?
Exactly.
You know, if you understand how things work right now, we live with germology.
Of course.
This is proving that any synthetic process is going to help you. What they process it with, you do not know. Despite they write all these little things on there, you wouldn't even know that half of them are damaging to you.
I
Whereas
say that all the time.
herbology, I just pick it out of the ground,
Exactly.
right?
That's the
But
thing. A lot of people have forgot their traditional ways. You know what I mean? Like if you ask
Hmm.
certain youth
yeah,
today,
but there was no money in it, and because there's no money in it, hence why they charge you for food which they process. Hence
Hmm.
why they've now cut up the land and charge you to live on the land so
Hmm.
that there's not enough land for you to grow stuff.
Hmm.
we've
It-
what happened? We've looked down at our remedies, our old school remedies, and certain things like that, and put our trust in society and all these types of things. Before we used to have our own little remedies, what we could mix up if you had a cut, if you had a little this or a cough or a cold.
Mm.
We look down
we,
at our things now, you know what I mean? We say, oh, that's backwards. There's scientists
we,
now.
we've
They
lost
got
those things. Look, there's certain herbs that people carry over from Africa, some
Mm.
chewing, whatever. It's illegal over here.
Mm.
I don't know what it is. I just know it's illegal. People tell me
Mm.
it's some strong stuff. But the
Mm.
point of it is there are other food substances or herbs which you can't bring across,
Mhm.
whatever reason it is. I understand maybe an animal, maybe it might be carrying something. This is what we've been told. But a plant,
Mhm.
oh, all right, fair enough. It must be a poisonous plant, but I'm eating it. So,
But
even
obviously,
plants.
they don't want us to go to nature for health. They don't want us to go back because what people don't know, and I always try to tell people, whatever medicine they're going to give you, it will always be derived from some natural substance. And then they chalk it and bulk it up with chalk and all sorts of rubbish.
Mm.
yeah, but there's no money in it. That's the whole point of what it's really about. You can't
Course, it's
make
all
money
about
off
money.
off growing
Yeah,
food because anyone can grow it. So
Exactly.
I can feed you this drug if you believe it because again, most things is to do with you believing it. If you believe this thing will make you better, then it will just mentally, yeah, or spiritually manifest itself. The drug could be sugar, and I tell you, it's gonna cure you. Best thing in the world. You get up and start walking, the cough has gone, everything, because it's in your mind. Some of them.
Hmm.
Don't get me wrong. Some of them are actually physically there, but that's probably a buildup of negative charge,
Yeah.
emotion, stress, and energy.
Hmm.
Wrong type of food, so your body's not functioning. So you have to put balance back into yourself, this yin and yang, however you want to break it down.
You know
Um,
what? You know what I would suggest people do as well? And it depends how deep people are, but a green light is
yeah,
healing.
no, true.
Yeah.
Good for you.
The green light. If people feel like their body's being run down, They should sit in a room with a green light and meditate under the green light. And whichever part of their body they're feeling kind of pain or whatever, try and meditate on that area and meditate, obviously, for it to be healed.
Like photosynthesis, basically.
Basically, but on a high meditation level. So there's
I
so many
understand.
ways that we can heal ourselves, but they will never tell us or promote these things.
Yeah, because I heard green light's supposed to heal eyesight and certain things like that as well.
Yeah.
You're talking the Oridon theory.
No, I think they do it in old people's homes as well. Like certain
Yeah, no, they know because they know.
Yeah, no, it's called Oridon theory.
Okay.
I read about it the other day. It's a German scientist. I forgot his name at the moment. I don't have the tip on my tongue.
But
he
I
was
knew about this for years, not from a German scientist. It's a known fact.
It basically proves that, you know, the emotions that we have in ourselves, we build them up over time, and you have to recharge yourself by letting it go through meditation, eating right, getting sun, you know, even exercising. It's basically telling you have to keep your body conditioned like how you would keep a car conditioned or anything else. Yeah, but there are ways for you to enhance it. And he actually made a type of machine or a box with layers of organic and metal materials which are not harmful, which increases the radiation which you get from the natural environment, because you know you have to be in tune, but you have to isolate yourself for about half an hour to an hour for it to work. So you're literally, you know, in solitude. But it's a theory which he proved, and there are other ways to increase it, but again, it's based on you living right and challenging yourself, as you said, meditate and eating the right things, you know, and being able to remove yourself from a situation or situations which are causing stress levels to build up of negative energy or feelings. So, you know, because we're beings which feed and give off energy, we are actually amplifying it or giving it off as you know, an aura, or as they say, you can feel that person's presence when they come in and break the atmosphere. Is because of what you're putting out. So it might be negative feelings and people can pick that up. It might be positive feelings and people can pick that up. But if you're imbalanced, then it means that you need to sort that out yourself. You'd have to either seek help if you don't know, or you'd go out and do these things ritually, like it's part of your normal life. So then that way you wouldn't have to worry about it. Maybe not being a fitness fanatic or over healthy, but a balance between everything, so it doesn't be something which is too obsessive. Was that understandable, or is it a bit too much?
No,
Yeah,
I think health is wealth, and
yeah, but it is the Oregon theory. You'd have to look it up, but it's some of the things that you're saying, and there's more which is part of that theory.
That's weird because I picked that up around 10 years ago, well, maybe even more, 10 to 15 years ago, when I was reading. It was more to do with the Elohim, and they used the green light way back, and they were used. I haven't got the full script or stuff in front of me to say exactly where I got it from, but I do remember them saying that you can literally heal yourself by meditating, and even you don't even need a green light. You could just actually pull a green light into your mind.
Yeah, that's true, and that's because we are, like I said, energy beings. It's your aura, and everybody's aura will give off a different hue based on current situation. Is probably the best way to explain it. You know, someone who's got bad intentions usually gives off a very dark hue, black,
Mhm.
dark reddish. People that are very warm usually give off a yellow, blue, or
Mhm.
green, depending on the type of person they are.
Mhm.
You know, I couldn't tell you all of them because I don't remember them all by heart, but there are different colors which represent different feelings. And if you want to put the test or the theory to a test, I would say go out and just buy colored light bulbs, one
Mhm.
of every color, and spend a day, one day, or maybe a few days just having that light bulb in and notice, or maybe get someone to pay attention to how you may be behaving. And every time you change the light bulb, you'll realize you're giving off a different expression because it's making you bring out a certain feeling. It's a shame you can't really get a black light bulb because
Yeah, but do you know you don't even need bulbs? You could just put on a color.
no, you can, but it's as I said to try and experiment if people were in the unknown or weren't too sure whether it actually works, they could just do that to test it because in
Yeah, but
theory it works.
what I'm saying is, I know exactly what you're saying, and I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, you can even put on certain colors because I know when I wear red, oh my days, I like red's my favorite color. I can't wear it that much because I'm already a fiery
Emanating that
person.
color. Yeah.
I'm
Okay, I get it.
already a fiery person, or not even a fiery person, already outspoken and quite passionate. So when I wear red, which is obviously associated with danger, fire, something hot, something, I'm double whammy.
But
So
that's also referred to as a passionate color as well, which is love. You know, so it's not
Mhm.
it's a twin-sided sword. So you
It
couldn't
is,
really
it is,
say it's
it
one
is.
thing.
No, it is. But for me, what I find, depending on my mood, yeah, it will be love and it will be da 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 da. But if it's a different type of mood, then I'm coming at you like fire because of the red that I'm wearing.
So is
And
it fair
I'm
to
in a
say
loving, if I'm in a loving scenario, then hey baby, let's get it on. But no, but you know what I mean?
no, I get it. So is it fair to say that, you know, in a weird scenario, you're coming in red. If I have a blue light, I'll be okay. I just, I just, I just flash the blue light. You know, I'm neutral here,
Yeah,
or maybe a green one.
yeah, green one. So go, get it.
Try to diffuse the situation. You know,
Yeah, just heal up the thing.
you know. But the whole point is nice. It's nice to have a laugh. But I get where you're coming from with the expression of the colors, and I guess most people's expression these days we can see it in their dress, how they dress, or how they have their car, whatever
Mm,
sport flashy car, or even how they have their house. You know,
mm,
I've been in some people's houses and they have very unique designs because I've done a little bit of construction work in the
mm,
past, and I've seen things that, well, that, I don't know how people fork out a lot of money for such a small object, but fair enough, that's what they want. But
mm.
sometimes it looks good, sometimes I just think, well, fair enough, that's what you
That's
like,
your
innit?
taste.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, again, when you're really looking at color and expression, it can be expressed in so many different variations these days. I don't know how I can tell the difference, and especially
Mhm,
with people that wear multiple colors at once. You know, are you a
mhm.
rainbow? Are you?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'm quite plain in my colors. As much as red is my favorite color, I don't wear it all the time. I'm more like black, white, grey type of person. I don't even go on to navy blue that much. But yeah, I am a black, white, grey. My wardrobe is literally black, white, grey, pink, red. I don't really delve out too much into other colors. I don't know why. I just don't feel comfortable in other colours that much. And it's really weird, but I just don't.
Have you ever looked at it? Could it be something that happened in the past, or is it just a personal preference you've always had?
It's a personal preference. Like I would go in and I'd not even to say that, like green, like dark side of colours I like. Like if it's too bright, it's too busy, mate. Do you know what I mean? It just seems a bit too, I don't know if it's maybe because I don't like to be visually like out there. I
Okay,
feel like
see,
my
so colors which
personality
draw
is sticking off.
attention. Yeah. So colors basically which you feel draw attention is not what you're really gonna go for on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, no way. Yeah. No.
Okay, so if everyone was used to wearing bright colors and then you chose black or white, then you would stand out because everyone's used to wearing multiple colors, not just plain colors.
Yeah, but to be fair, I think most people in society nowadays do just wear black and white and grey and whatever because it's easy and it's on the go and you want to go, you go. And yeah, maybe sometimes they'll add a colour to black or white or grey, but most base colours these days are black, white or grey or blue or denim or, do you know what I mean? It's
Is
like,
that to conform? Because to be honest, the way I look at it, it's some type of way to make you conform to society's needs, because you can't really go to some of these workplaces and go in casual wear. They want you in a suit, and the suits are usually black, blue,
well, I
grey.
find work that suits the way I want to dress. I'm not going to work where I have to be like stiff up all day. Nah, that's not me.
So
So
if you could, would you wear a purple polka dotted dress with red pinstripes and just go in and no one wouldn't even bat an eyelid? You do it.
they'd be like, she's gone bonkers, mate. Because that is just not me.
But why would they think that?
Because it's not me.
Is
Like,
that because they're used to
if I
seeing
did
you a
wear
certain
something
way?
colourful, if I did wear something colourful, there would be some order in it. Like, it couldn't be like polka dots with pinstripes and come on. That's a bit like, hey.
No, but it's an
no.
example to get you to understand that we're so used to seeing people wear just a certain style of clothes, which you've been taught since you were in school. And then when you go to work, it's become a norm. And
Yeah,
people,
but it is a norm, but for me, if I do want to wear something crazy, I will. But on an everyday basis, I just find it very easy to have just pick up black stuff and wear it and just go because it's just easy. I really think it's a laziness as well. It's just easy. I don't have to match it with anything. I've got a black top, I've got a black trousers, I've got black shoes, I've got a black coat, or I've got maybe even if I've got a brown coat, but the base is all black and I can just put on brown coat, brown shoes. Next day I could put on grey shoes, grey jacket, but the base is always black. It's just easy.
I get it. It's a simple pattern.
It's a
of
simple
recognition.
pattern that
Yeah.
works in a sense of when you've got a routine and when you've got a schedule and I can't be asked every night be thinking, all right, what am I going to put on? What am I going to wear? What am I going to do? Oh, give me a break. I've got better things to do with my time.
Yeah, but then saying that, isn't it fair to say that everyone has a simple pattern, a routine? I'm pretty sure we all
Yeah,
get
but
up
it
and
depends
brush
how
our
each
teeth
person,
and do certain
yeah,
things.
yeah, it depends how each person use it and what they value their time and their schedule.
But
Where
then,
some women they take like hours to get ready in the morning. Hours. I know some women have told me that they get up at 5 o'clock in the morning just so that they can do their makeup, their hair,
whoa,
to get to work for kind of 8:30. Maybe they do have a long journey in.
fair play, fair play.
Yeah, but still, I think, wow. And then they'll come in one day all made up, and then the next day they'll come in like looking like normal. Not I can't say even horrible because they look good still without all the makeup. But then they're like, I look, whoa, what's happened? There's like, no, I was late this morning. I couldn't be bothered to do it, and you just think, well, why would you take an hour out of your sleep to put slap on? That doesn't really do you that much justice. So that's they find that they could use that hour. That hour to them is like, yeah, I need that hour to do it. To me, I don't need an hour.
Yeah, but that's because they don't feel comfortable in their skin. And this is what the society is. Because a lot of us are prejudiced, or we feel that someone's going to feel a certain way or look at us a certain way. We spend that little bit extra to just do that, go the extra mile. You know, I'm not going to say I don't do it. Sometimes I might have a shave. Sometimes I might not. But there are people who will not leave their house or who will not allow anyone to see them. And they will get up and be the first person up and the last person to go to bed because they're worried about their image. Some people don't even leave their house because they're conscious of what others are thinking.
Mm.
And this is the perception that society has on others. You know, look at kids. Sometimes kids can be shrewd. They will just tell you what's on their mind, you know, but they're being honest at the end of the day. You know, they may not know better, but they're only telling you what has come to their mind. And sometimes that is what they've observed or what they have been taught. So I guess we have to just look more inwards before we look outwards.
Well, this is what I say. That's my motto. Look inwards before you look outwards. Always try your best to, anyway. It's hard when you're trapped up in a world with so many distractions and so many pulls, because obviously the magnets within our body were pulled from so many different directions, physically, mentally, emotionally. You know, it's crazy. And you know, I think we're doing a good job as like us normal people like ourselves who are not the tyrannic rulers, or you know, but we're actually doing okay because we've got a lot to battle with.
And I guess we all have our own demons to fight in the hindsight. You know, we don't need to have other burdens on top of our burdens unless it's more enough that we can handle, I guess. You know, what do you have an opinion, Torek, or is he gone now?
I'm here still listening.
Yeah. I guess no, I do. I just ask you if you feel the same way.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's like it's a great point that the sister brought up earlier with like the changing of calendars and certain things like that. Because I believe right now we're in 2012 or maybe maybe a year of 2012. Might have just shaved off maybe, but I really think this is the start of a new age. And like all different I think it's supposed to even symbolize like cycles, and there's about 5 or 4 Kali Yugas. And to be honest, I think we just come out of a dark age. And right now, I hope and I pray that we're going into a golden age of some sort. You know what I mean? So,
Tarek, what's happening is astrologically, we're coming out of the age of Pisces.
Okay. And we're in the age of Aquarius, I guess. Is it?
And we're moving into the age of Aquarius. Well, now it's happening. I think it's happening. We're in the process of it. I think I can't remember. Just earlier in April, there was a time that there was a
shift.
A shift. A polar shift. Yeah, a planetary shift.
And Chicago was colder than Antarctica.
Yeah, but it still hasn't happened yet. It's supposed to be this year that we have planetary alignment.
That's right. So it's getting closer to that alignment. So that's why. And once you see within this Pisces, that's why there's a lot of we were ruled, and it's not just like a year or so that you're within that age. The age of Pisces now has lasted for thousands of years. You understand me?
It's about 3,265 years,
Right.
roughly. I can't be too sure, but it goes along the lines where they say Nibiru is supposed to come back within our solar system, or as you know, if you look at planetary systems, we have our own planets which oscillate around the sun, but we do have other planets which come from other suns within the Milky Way, which cross over. So supposedly it's supposed to be about that time frame from what I've read. I'm not going to say it's the truth, but it's from my understanding.
And so what's happened is that's why you see Pisces, and you notice that Pisces is associated with Jesus, and you know the whole fish thing, and that whole that's because we've been ruled by Pisces. We've been ruled in planetary terms. We've been ruled by Pisces, and if you look at Pisces, there's a lot of indecisiveness. There's a bit of unsurety. There's a bit of So we're now moving into and there was a sleep. We were all under a bit of a spell, but in the age of Aquarius, it's going to be lifted. That's why the powers to be are getting scared. That's why they have to move fast now and start doing all these measures and bringing in 5G and trying to control us quickly, because they know that things are being lifted. More and more things are being revealed. People are realizing who they are. People are not, you notice that like religion, Christianity is like a joke now. It's like
it's not that, it's people are casting aside religion, which is a false belief, and they're going back to see what the actual natural doctrine is, which we're finding hard to find because a lot of it has been destroyed or stolen. So eventually, even if we do get to a point where we have the freedom of rights to do that, we still are going to struggle with how it was, because history's been lost to us.
Exactly.
As a nation of people across the planet, not just black or white, or periodically it has been taken and destroyed either by their own people or by invaders. So you can go back and you can see these things.
Exactly. And see, and that's why the age of Aquarius is about revelation. And people are going on about, revelation times and the world's going to end and it's going to be a system, like I keep repeating so that people understand the world is not coming to an end. The system of things, the system as we know it, is coming to an end, as we all have seen. So it psychologically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, it's a shift that some are going to be left behind. They're going to be left in that same dimension. We're going to be changing into a different dimension in a way of thought process, in a way of how you think, in a way of how you react.
True. But brother and sister, I do have to call it short right now. I do have other things I have to attend to, which I have given so much of my time to the people. So I do thank you for your time.
No, thank you. It's always good speaking to you, Software. I love it.
And I hope the people appreciate some of the aspects where I may have given you to maybe just give a pinch of salt and allow you to think about it. If you're interested, go and look. But again, I appreciate the time, and I do hope for the rest of the night the debate goes on so well.
Yeah, thank you. GMM saying he's saying someone with perfect vision has 20/20 vision. 20/20 everything becomes clear. That's right. And it is about 20/20 vision. Yeah, thank you, Software. Take care, babes.
Take care.
Yeah. I don't know what's his name is, probably gone off. But it has been 3 hours. Tarek?
Hello, you can hear me?
Yeah, Tarek, do you believe in the 20/20 vision?
Yeah, definitely. And like a new awakening of some sort. yeah, I'm very deep into the astrology and a lot of different sciences, like how they get their calculations and certain things like that.
Mhm.
But I also find it a bit mysterious that in the Chinese calendar now, it's the year of the rat, and we've got all of this type of disease or viruses going around, and I think the
Yeah,
mouse is
but the
always.
year of the rat means intelligence, though, because rats are very intelligent creatures. So what you've got to do is not think of much about the rat and the vermin and the sense of that too much. You've got to think of the fact that the rat represents intelligence.
I feel what you're saying, but like I think it was nearly like 100 years ago, something like this happened again. Like I think it was 1910 or something like that, something like this, like another outbreak or the Great Depression,
Mm.
and I think that might have been the year of the rat again.
Yeah, because the breakout, the Great Depression, the great thing, because people start to, so there is a pattern there then. Possibly in the Great Depression, people started to realize, hold on, things ain't going right. And, you know, it's about a change, because after a depression, there has to be, you know, an end to the depression.
True.
So within that period, there has to become some change, because people are becoming more intelligent, they're getting more awakened. Each time now, people say, people who believe in like science side of things, like, do people evolve, like evolution and that? We'd be bloody flying with wings by now, wouldn't we? If that was the case, well, if it's all about evolution, well, how come we haven't evolved further then?
True.
We still act like savages with one another.
Yes, it's disappointing, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Only sometimes I see somebody with that extra finger or something.
So, where do we come from? That's another question. Where do we come from? Who believes in the scientific way? Who believes in the Big Bang? What do people believe? Because nobody seems to know for sure.
That's a good question. I don't, for myself, particularly subscribe to the Big Bang, you know, but everyone can, you know, give a bit of background. You know, I'm more subscribed to, you know, one creator, Most High, and, you know, one teaching that was put out there for all of us. You know, people take things in their own way.
Do you believe in, like, day one there was, like, then day two there was this, day three there was that, but obviously they say in days, but obviously we know it wasn't days. It took.
I say anything is possible, innit?
Yeah.
To put something outside of the realm of possibility, I'd have to be either been there at the time or be able to prove it scientifically wrong. You know, I can't just say because I can't see it with my own two eyes that it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but do you think that there was a man saying, "Oh, this is good," and, you know, on the second day he said, "Oh, let me do this," and this was good?
But this is the problem now, where, you know, immediately when we're addressing the subject, we're addressing God as a man. Now, to me, a man is just like me or my dad or one of my brothers, you know, like that. It's not anything more than that. Like, I think when we deal with the creator, it's something more than that. So it's not necessarily
like me. Yeah, I don't think that it's like a man and that it's an entity. It's a bigger, higher force. Not in the shape of a man. Maybe he created us in this form to explore this dimension. So we need to be in this form in order to explore this dimension.
If we're going to get into it, yeah, I have to first understand what it is you believe, so then I can understand, you know, what part of the conversation to, you know, to really
tell the truth. To tell the truth, I can't. I think I'm still learning and still seeking. I think every day there's so much more to learn. But my thing is that there's too much. There's too much to learn. There's too much to learn out there, just even about your own self.
But what do you personally subscribe to, though? Like, if you were to put a stamp on it?
That's it. I don't. I'm such a rebel. I don't.
What I like
So
doing
you're not
is
a Christian, you're not.
No, I'm definitely not any religious. I don't come under any religious envelope, so to speak.
Okay. So when you look to things like spirituality, like, what is that? Just spiritual healing that you see it as, or?
I just, like I said, I look more inwards and try to connect to the higher force. I don't need a middleman. I don't need, symbols. I don't need candles. I don't need crosses. I just meditate, put it out there, speak a lot of things into existence. Definitely speak a lot of things into existence. I think the power of the word, and it says it even in the Bible, first there was the word. So when you speak the word, it already comes into existence because you're speaking it.
Yeah, but then this is where, like, I don't know, like, this is where I think it becomes obscured when people are talking about God, and they go into things like Christianity, and then they start saying, well, there's more than one God, because the Christians look at Jesus like Jesus is God at certain points. And
absolutely, which is my argument the whole time. That's the argument I have with Christians the whole time, because they always say, in the name of Jesus. And I always say to them, but didn't even Jesus say to them, I am not God?
Exactly.
Did he not say on numerous times, I am not the Father? And then he even stood on the hill and said to them, the prayer, our Father who art. So how can he be, what is he, a shapeshifter all of a sudden? Versus God, then is the Holy Spirit, then is Jesus. It's too much.
All right, then. Take for instance, if Jesus wasn't tied to Christianity, what other culture or spirituality would you tie Jesus to?
But Jesus is just a name. The concept is tied to every single religion.
Would you say he's like a Buddhist more?
I think he's probably a bit of everything, really, isn't he? Because remember, he wasn't all kingly and everything. He was very humble, basic. So in a Buddhist type, yeah.
Yeah.
But then remember, he did have a quite rage side when he went into the temple and bust up the temple and said, right. So
suppose we all got different sides to us, but then when we're dealing with Christians and we're dealing with Jesus, you got different types of Christians, in the sense of, some Christians say that Jesus is God on earth, like literally he is God. Other Christians I've heard say things like Jesus is the Son of God, and we have to pray to the Son, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So they're talking about three gods. But then, you got someone like myself, then when I read the book, I just know that the Holy Spirit is part of God. It's like the Spirit, like that. So you see, like the way a human being has got a spirit, God's got a spirit. But that's different to our spirit, because God is different to us in some aspects, if not in all aspects. But you know, in some aspects we must be similar because it says we was made in the image of, do you know, like that.
Yeah.
In some aspects, maybe there's similarities, but in other aspects, not so much. So, because not in all aspects, you know, we have to think differently. Then we have to think, well, you know, that's something different, isn't it? Like, regardless of even if, you know, at some point, what we know as God could manifest itself into something that looked like us. We know that that's not what God is. You know, it's something more than us. You know, because, for instance, when you read that opening passage and it talks about the Holy Spirit, it says that the earth was void and the Spirit was hovering above the earth, the Holy Spirit, yeah. And I think God said, "Let there be light" or something, and He thought it was good. And you know, when we look at things like that, like, we have to understand what's really going on here. There's a deeper meaning, like we said, to these stories where, you know, there's a lot more to it than just light, as in the light in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but then, you know, that's still part of it. You know, I think at the end of the day, like, for instance, when Jesus says in the Bible that he was there in the beginning with God. Now, the verses we're quoting are in Genesis, in the beginning with God. Do you understand?
Yeah, but then that's 1 John as well. In the beginning, there was the Word.
All right. Now, at the same time now, yeah, when we're saying this now, yeah, in the beginning, all there was is the Word and God and the Holy Spirit, and the Word is God's Word. You know, the Holy Spirit is God's Spirit. So it was his God, isn't it? You know, other than the darkness. So at this point now, yeah, where God comes into the picture, you know, like, says, "Let there be light." He saw that the light was good. There was something about the light. Say, because he's identifying something. Do you understand what identifying something? However, we're going to look at this now, yeah. Something's being identified. And, you know, when Jesus talks about being the light of the world and them things, they're like, I don't think that that's a surprise. I don't think that that's like by accident. I think that's very purposeful.
But is Jesus the Son or the actual SUN?
Well, when you say this now, yeah, Jesus said he's the Son of God, innit, or the Son of the Most High, or Yahweh, whatever you want to call, however you want to look at it. So people are upset. Now, you know, at the point where he's saying he's the Son of the Most High, you know, he's also said things like we're all sons of the Most High, you know, and he's also said other statements which, you know, more accommodate to a different way of thinking, more than just focusing around that, you know. Because when he was asked about it, when they said to him, "How can you say that you're the Son of God?" He said, "Well, are we not all sons of God by your own scripture that you've already got, basically?" You know, like that. So, you know, we were dealing with someone who understood that war isn't just physical, it's tactical. You know, it attacks the mind, it attacks what people think.
And it's
It
funny you
makes
say
tactical
that.
plays for people's minds and hearts. Sorry, Torah, I cut you off.
No. Sorry. I was gonna add on to a point where he was said a minute ago. It's like it's a coincidence. Even the Krishna and Christian and the way how they portray Jesus, and you look at say people of like what Hare Krishna people, they literally look like how they depict the so-called person Jesus, if you know what I mean, and their type of principles. And also just happen to have the same birthday as Krishna on top of it.
Yeah, that is peculiar. I'm not gonna lie, that is quite peculiar. But obviously, you know, when we're looking at these things, you know, I just think we have to look at things respectfully, and then we can get the best out of it. If we look at things in a way where, you know, we're just gonna write something off, or we're just gonna say, you know, we're literally just gonna say something's not valid, and we can't prove that it's not valid, then we're not valid, isn't it? You know, everything on this merits. you know, and it's got its own merits and strong points and weak points. So yeah, it will judge of itself.
For me, Shifa, as much as it being respecting and always being respectful, I think that's number one. But I think people get offended if they feel there's no need to try and seek or learn. So Tarek's got something for me to learn, you know. You've got something for me to learn from whoever comes on the platform or speaks and says. So, you know, even if someone says something that I don't truly believe or think, the most I can do is go and research what that person's said.
Yeah.
And try and have more understanding in it before I even try to ridicule it.
Yeah,
we're all adults.
You know, there's no point in ridiculing something you don't even understand.
Because even I'll be honest, this is where even earlier, this is where I even made the connection with Islam. Because even I was talking to somebody and they said the Arabic word for like a spiritual high teacher is alum. And remember what I was saying earlier with Brahma, Lama, like spiritual teachers, priests, Isa, Lama. You know what I mean?
I get where you're coming from. They're not the same, but they've got similar sounds.
No, because Arabic now for teacher, like a high spiritual teacher, is alum. So you say Isa, alum, Islam. And this is what I'm saying with the Lama, Brahma, with the high spiritual teachers now. And Isa could even be Ishtar, the god of Easter, which Jesus' real birthday is supposed to be in Easter. And I heard Jesus is more mentioned in the Quran than actual Muhammad himself. So really and truly, Muhammad was just revealing Jesus' teachings at the same time.
Yeah, I didn't know about all of this stuff. So what's the connection between Muhammad and Jesus then?
Muhammad brought the word Isalama. So like the way how Jesus teach, like what was it, peace, isn't it? Basically, that's the same thing like what Gandhi tried to do, isn't it? Like teach peace, try no war. So I just think like it's just a version of Jesus' teaching, but to the Arab world or in Arabic.
We all need to go to Egypt and look on the Temple of Man before they destroy it, because that's where they took all of this. That was the original story, and every religion is based on that wall on the in the Temple of Man. They've all taken that. If that was there way before all of these other religions, it's just logic, and it's not rocket science. If you look at the time of when those things are written on the wall.
Yeah, because like Egypt's kingdom was all the way up into like Iraq.
Right.
Nimrod and them type of people there.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you can see the connection with the Silk Road and all them type of things
right.
from Egypt back and forth. You know what I mean?
Right.
And also the connection because they both, not to say worship cows, but they both hold cows in a very, very high status. And you see the golden calf worship in Egypt again, and the same thing in India and China as well.
So what is this golden calf business about? Talk to me, man, because I don't understand the golden
calf. When Moses went up to speak to God in the Bible, that they went to speak to God, and when he came down, the people have turned back to like Sodomites, and they were worshipping a golden calf.
And it goes back to what people were saying about the Africans on the Israelite thing, where they do this with a cow, and certain people cover themselves with cow dung, but they look at the cow as like Mother Earth or like the mother producer because you can get so much out of a cow. But at the same time, it goes back to the stars, into the star sign constellation Taurus.
Okay, what does Taurus have to do with it?
That was their time. The bull. Taurus is the bull, so that's the male of the cow.
It's showing you the time frame what they're in, or the zodiac time, if you know what I mean.
Because there's 12 houses within the zodiac.
Really, 13.
Well, 13, but in the Gregorian. So the last house that we were just coming out of, the house of Pisces.
Because there's also an extra month, which is basically a week. And I forgot what they call that month in Ethiopia, but I think it might be called Dina or Dina or something like that. And it's like it's only a week long.
I'm just laughing at Chicano Azteca.
Oh yeah, Chicano Azteca.
He said, I found out I'm 5% black. Does that mean I can claim reparation? Or do I get 5% of what 100%?
That was a good one, isn't it? That was funny, man.
Yeah. You know, just so much. You know what? I think the way how I think of it, if people are Christians and that's the way they find their peace, good luck to them. If people are Buddhist, good luck to whatever people are, and they're finding their peace in it. You can't talk them out of it. You can't say to them until they experience that for themselves. Everybody's got to find their own journey. My journey is not right. My journey is just right for me.
100%. Which is why I thought the conversation was, is a good one to have, because we're all different. We're all very unique. We all like different things. There's some things that don't sit well with some that others ain't too bothered about. It's like it might just be OCD. There's a small section of the community that's got OCD. Not everyone's got the OCD though. But there's people with the OCD, just like there's people with the Tourette's and different types of syndromes and stuff. So we've got different types of people living in the world, full stop, so I think that it's essential that we think to ourselves, like, especially at times like now, what's really best for us? Because if they knew what was best for us, how could they put us in a position like this?
But it's all about waking up, like the ancestors, like a lot of the old ancestors are waking up within our DNA, and we're seeing the knowledge, you know what I mean, now, like before our eyes. A lot of people, they're going to be like, oh, no, we don't believe you, and this, that, and the other. But the thing is, what people have to understand, a lot of these researchers and documentaries, what they show you, they tell you yourself, like, to go and do your own research, you know what I mean? And these things are quite easy to find in this age, and this is the age of knowledge, you know what I mean? Knowledge is at our fingertips. So, you know what I mean? And at the same time, I think we're all happy to be disproved, you know what I mean? As long as we can do it nicely, you know what I mean?
Because nobody knows for sure, that's why.
Yeah, I think Torok identified something there that's, essential within our communities though. Like, the respect levels have to be high before we can get to the high intellect. It's like someone pointed out earlier. If you give me an intricate question, you're gonna get an intricate answer. Out to J Prophet. Yeah, I remember you saying that earlier. Software, sorry, said that earlier. But the point I'm trying to make is, everyone's good at something, innit? But no one really do we all give each other praise for what we're good at all the time? Or does all the praise go to the guy who can kick a football around the football pitch? And then he's walking around with an enormous bag of money, while the rest of us are sat at home watching, the highlights on Sunday or whatever. And that's the real reality of life. Like life right now is hard for people, innit? So my point really is then, what's the point in us changing to something new unless it's going to be better? Or what's the point in changing the way you're thinking if there's no different color at the end of the rainbow? You're always going to end up on red.
Because I think with the way how we're thinking, it's like we're growing with the universe, if you know, we're not going against it, and that's what I find everybody's sort of doing. Even in religions, they lost the nature side of a lot of things. Instead of growing along with the universe, it's like a lot of the answers. I'll be honest, I can't even find these type of answers. A lot of these ones are like what they call outformation. You have information, you have outformation. So sometimes a lot of answers come to people in their sleep, because depending on your mindset, when you're just expanding with the universe, you're not trying to disprove anything. You're just letting answers come to you, and you think, right, how did I find that out? And you go and check it up to see if your theory is right, and you're thinking, wow, how did I get these like information? And think, oh, how is information coming so easily to me, like, or to everybody else in a sense? And you have to just grow with the universe and not try to be, you know what I mean? You have to try to be like water in a sense, not try and fight things and disprove people and try and be disrespectful. It just slows down the progress of everything, really.
Yeah, but this is one of the main reasons why we've made the channel the way we have, because like I said, people need to be respectful. People need to get space and to not feel, you know, afraid or ashamed to just talk what they need to talk in it. Talk your things, you know, say what you've got to say, because, you know, this is a friendly space, isn't it? We're not here to attack each other. We're here to understand, listen, where we need to critique, we critique. And outside of that, you know, that's as far as it goes. We're not here to attack anyone, innit? You know, because people are still going to be themselves after this, aren't they?
True.
You know, so we have to think logically as well. As a community, we can't move forward and keep taking steps backward, as we've all said. You know, on this, that at this particular point, you know, me, you, and Annie Torok, you know, I think we've all been kind of consistent to that point. You know, we can't be taking steps backwards. Taking that step backwards is, you know, going to qualify to something better than what we're doing now. You know, in some cases, you know, that might be necessary. You know, it's like when a child grows up and then they leave the house and then you develop bad habits. You might at that point need to regress back to something you learned at a younger stage, where you were being shown and taught how to act and how to live and how to manage certain aspects of life, you know?
Very valid point. Very valid. Back to basics almost.
Yeah, because someone did say that earlier on, back to basics. The comment came up in the chat room, but I was trying to get them to define it. And that's why I did kind of point that out earlier as well, you know? There's different aspects of life that's being looked at here. And, you know, we have to really look at things through a wide lens scope rather than a slim lens, you know? There's such things.
No, you're right. And I think, again, it comes to that whole thing of people being lazy and can't be bothered and caught up and trapped up in life's distractions and not realizing that it's all an illusion. And we're only here to learn. And if we don't learn, we're going to keep returning, man. Our spirit's going to have to keep returning to learn.
Yeah, it makes sense.
To learn. There's something we need to learn in order to go back to our maker.
When we're putting things in perspective in life here, you know, is the only time when we're really understanding things and overstanding them at the same time, and really getting to a point where we can manipulate things for a better or for a worse, depending on which side we choose to move and maneuver on. Which side of the fence we choose to maneuver on. But in reality, yeah, there's ways we could all be making each other's lives easier, but a lot of the time we don't identify them because of the way the system we live in has been devised already. You know, because of the type of life we're already living, we're so caught up, so we forget about ways that we can better live together.
the fact that we're having this conversation, the fact that the subject matter that we're discussing, it proves that we're not about to accept, oh, okay, yeah, this is just the life we're living in. We're not, are we? So that must mean that there's a flip side to all of this. And are people willing to look at the flip side, or are people willing to just say, this is how it goes, come on, just go with it, go with the flow? Why are there a number of people, because we're not the only ones, why are there a number of people thinking, hold on a minute, it feels a bit dodgy, something don't feel right?
But this is why I think it's essential that we narrow things down, and we ask certain questions that don't seem relevant at the time, because they will be relevant at a later time. So if we answer all the questions now, then we're ready, we're rehearsed, we understand exactly what we're getting ourselves into if it comes to it, because for instance, the kind of suggestions that's been put out there, the kind of things I'm hearing in the room, in my mind, the only way I could put it together and see it in practice is that, for instance, people wanted to go and buy a piece of land then in the middle of the countryside, in the middle of nowhere, and then they're going to build their own little village. They're going to have their own waste disposal, their own this, that, the other, and they're going to live off the grid, if there is such a thing as off the grid, but then people are going to have their own power station, have ways of manipulating their power so everyone's not left without. You're going to have
natural resources though can do that.
But this is the thing where, for instance, now where we live in England, there's not really a lot of natural resources out there, so
well, no, in the form of natural resources like energy, like wise, there's water power, there's wind power. It's a windy place. There's,
So ultimately, what you're saying is then, you'd have to set up your civilization next to a natural power source. So you've got natural power. But all right, if we're starting from that point now, now you set up next to a natural power source. What if that is far away from all of the other resources, i.e. the Sainsbury's, the Tesco, the Asda? Like,
you won't be needing them because you'll be growing your own food. You'll probably make substitute, just like how Sainsbury's and all of them lot produce things. You probably would live a more plant-based lifestyle anyway, because you're off
it. Going to produce all of this food.
How
are you going to produce all of this food like straight away? Like, obviously, is this something that you would do gradually over time then?
You buy the land first, and the first thing you do is start planting food on the land.
Okay. So who's going to maintain the food on the land while?
Well, obviously there's got to be a team of people, and that same team of people, while they're doing the food, they're working out the plans of what they're going to do with the foundations, how they're going to build it, what they're going to do with it, what they're going to, and you can have nice enough houses. You just need to Google it and see people who live off grid, nice yard, nice everything, got electricity, got to pay no tax, no nothing.
I've got you. Like, would it not be more progressive then to say, all right, if what you're aiming for is a society that's gonna build and withstand and sustain itself, like, would it not be better then to make sure that the people you put in there can sustain themselves and understand things, that are being used, understand processes that are being done? So obviously the information sector would have to be open to everyone, in the sense of, someone's put up in the chat, they put flat pack homes, container homes, enough things can run. I got you. But some people don't want to live in a flat packed home. So, for instance, I'll give you a good example now. Then let's start doing examples of models of what we would consider what is being said in the chat room. Then, so let's say we got a piece of land in Australia, out in the wilderness, away from everything else. It's going to be governed by the people that live there, so it's going to be separate from that government. You're going to get like you said, people who know how to grow food, and they're going to be there growing food. You're going to have people who know how to build houses, living there first, and they're going to just be building houses because that's their job within the society, doesn't it?
Yeah, you'll have people of all professions. Yeah.
All right.
You'll have people of all professions that you'll have in any normal society.
All right, but then all of those people in those professions, yeah, while they're building this society, you know, they've still got to have a normal life like everyone else. Otherwise, it's going to be that they're taking on all of the work while everyone else is sitting around.
No, but exactly. So what you do like a skill bank, and you find out what people's skills are, and then you allocate them to certain duties that you would need to be fulfilled in order to build a good community model, a good society, a model of society.
Wouldn't it make sense then, yeah, if you was going to start something like that, you know, the first thing you'd need funding for would be obviously to obtain people with skill sets who can do things, to obtain land ultimately, you know, so that would have to be number one, attain land. Then you're going to obtain people with skill sets to assess your circumstances and, you know, what is the best they can do with them, you know, without squeezing people right next to each other, on top of each other, in like, you know, starts to what they are in now then.
Yeah, I think really, yeah, your order's good, what you're saying, but I think first of all, the most important thing is to find people with the same mindset.
Yeah, mindset, definitely.
As long as everyone's got the same mindset, and that doesn't mean that you're going to have to explain to people, look, this is how it goes, and they're going to be a rough day when they're going, I can't take this, I can't take this. No, man, you have to know what you're getting into. Don't get.
If we do, for instance, when we break things down into numbers, it's a lot more manageable. Then we start to understand what we're working with. So if we started from something small, then we had, you know, one team of builders that can build one house within the space of, you know, I don't know, 3 to 6 months. Yeah. Then we can build one house every 3 to 6 months. We're not working at a very high rate, but we're starting somewhere.
Yeah, but why do you think that you don't get, you probably get about 3 sets of builders that could do that?
You might have 10. So if you've got 10 sets of builders, you can build 10 houses every 3 to 6 months. If you've got 100 sets of builders, you can build 100 houses every 3 to 6 months. But all of these things cost money, innit? So
yeah, but everyone's got to pull their weight, as GM saying, GM is saying, everyone must pull their weight.
Yeah, but
that's the thing. So there must be a contract drawn up to say, right, this is how much it's going to cost. If there's how many people involved, you split the cost.
Yeah, but does it make sense then to say, for instance, I'll give you an example. If you look at something like the Roman Catholics, so they got a place called Rome, which is its own city, which is like a country within a country because it's under its own rules, just like its own state. So, you know, there's things that come with that, innit? There's rules that apply in it. So, you know, we have to just think how, if you wanted to do something like that, that's the only way it would be feasible within the society we're in now. Unless you're looking to come outside and go somewhere else with that idea, and okay, you're going to buy some land in a completely different country, and then you have to get that government to agree to it.
Yeah, but there's places, GMM is saying, what time you guys locking off and what time we back tomorrow?
Okay, GMM, we're going to be locking off at about 1 o'clock, but we'll be back from 8:30ish tomorrow. We should be on 8:30 every day from now on.
Cool.
So, yeah, I think what the point I was trying to get to is at the end of the day, you know, you have to think about the consequences as well as, you know, the good side of doing something. Yeah. There might be some consequences, you know, that come with wanting to be in certain positions and, you know, wanting certain sovereignty and different types of citizenships to the ones we've got now.
Yes,
You know?
yes,
Because
yeah.
if you look at
And that's
things,
where it comes into the what types of models, because there's different type of community models. We can experiment with the different type of models that work and which ones don't work and which ones are the most successful. What kind of
but the most successful
economic systems work in the sense of
we're in one of the most successful ones, and you know, for instance, if you look at because we've been talking about Jamaicans a lot, then you look at the Jamaican political system and what's been done to that by this political system, you know, and the condition that it's under, and the fact that it's in a debt that you might as well say it can never pay its way out of. You know, their army is still controlled by us to this day. You know, so we really have the power. And then when you put it in perspective now, you have to understand that at the end of the day, Jamaica wanted independence, didn't it? You know, they wanted to be independent from everyone. They wanted to have a bit of power. So it's like, if you want power, they make you pay for it.
Well,
so
can I just say something? In going just repedaling back a little bit, and I will openly say this because it's my dream to do this, and it's not about money anymore. This is about freeing the people. I basically, with some family and whatever, and they're not doing nothing with the land. I've got like over 100 acres of land in Jamaica.
This is sounding like some biblical story now. This is sounding like Moses, but the female version. So I'm going to let you run with it. And I'm going to.
This is the truth. If we could get, I've got the land. This is what I'm saying. I've got the land, and a lot of it is being inherited, and a lot of it now. Nobody seems to want to do anything with the land at the moment in the family. So if people can come up with an idea that we can go on the land, we could reap from the land, we could do things on the land, have a business on the land as free, possibly there would be, as usual, there would be a tax to pay on the land, but that's about it. The land is there. The land is there. And if people are willing to...
Definitely, these are the type of things I try and promote for the Caribbean, because a lot of our people in England and America, our descendants have left us a lot of land, but where we haven't kept connection with our family members and certain things, or our cousins, we don't know these things, you know what I mean?
And what we could do is start to build these communities from there and show them, come and show them the way, because they've got a lot of people in Jamaica and the Caribbean. They will see you with your land. They will see you start doing things, and it will possibly be a chain reaction where people start actually going back and start respecting the land and thinking, what?
So this is the thing now where I'm saying, you know, where do you want this community to be? Because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, you don't cure poison by just giving yourself the same poison. You might need a different poison. Do you know, like that?
Yeah.
So we got to start thinking like this as well. We can't just think inside the box. We got to think outside the box. We got to think.
But I think if you start a community somewhere where it's ease, now obviously buying land, that's going to put people back. Yeah, buying land is expensive now. It's not like we're talking 10, 20 years ago. Buying land is not that easy to acquire in the sense of laws and things like that. Now, if we could get a group together and realize how much land we all actually have a piece of, or an acre of, or something of worldwide, then we can start building these communities worldwide. So that means that we got a home anywhere we go. We got it anywhere we go. So if someone says, right, I've got a land in Africa and I've got a land in this, we just say, all right, then we send our team out to this one. We send our team, you know, we build a little makeshift hut. If they're willing and they've got the right frame of mind, they're willing to live in a shed where they have to go and carry water and live in for a couple of months until they build up the place.
Yeah, but sis, what I was going to say to you is, like, in practice, these things can be done But ultimately, it's like I said, it's building the support for it, you know, and it's also understanding the logistics of it. Because when you go then to the Caribbean or to Africa or to wherever this place is, and you build this place, and you know you've made all these homes for people. What about the ones who didn't get one? What about the ones who got left out? What happens when it becomes conflict? Because people want to live in your town, innit? They like your.
But then obviously there's a certain amount of homes that are going to be built within that period or within that space or within that time. If you don't put your bid in within time, it's just the simple. It's the same. It's the
See,
same
but
with everything.
you see what you're saying, yeah? Now, I'll be honest with you, yeah. I could see something like this working, but the only way I could see it working, it would have to be something. It's a never-ending job, innit? You're basically taking on a never-ending job, yeah. You got to take in all of the disgruntled people, yeah, all of the ones that have, you know, they haven't got jobs and stuff. You're gonna have to start creating jobs for them, giving people things to do, you know, because you don't just have land. You're not just a parent with a big house and 5 kids who don't do anything, and you all just sit there on your fat lazy asses all day.
No way, they have to bring. What did GMM say?
Big up everyone on the panel. Big up.
Hey, boy.
Oh, go on, Ellie.
At the end of the day, people have to be willing to get involved as well. They have to be willing to expand their knowledge and expand their understanding and be able to do things for themselves, which is why I'm thinking like what you're saying, it sounds feasible in a world where people have to actually like cooperate. You know?
What did I say in the first instance?
In a world where people have to cooperate.
Mindset. So
it makes sense.
It has to be people who are in the right mindset. If they've got a selfish mindset and they're looking to freeload and they're just looking to be lazy in their life, forget it. Because everything, my mum always used to say, anything that's worth getting in life, your nose have to run. Yeah? And that means hard work. And then afterwards, you can sit back and reap the benefits. I always remember a story when I was young, reading a little Ladybird book, and it was called A Little Red Hen. And the little red hen decided one day she's going to make bread. And she had to go and do the whole process of making the bread, and she had to get the corn, and she had to beat the corn, and she'd go around and she asked everybody in the farmyard to help her. And nobody want to help her. They said, where? But help you make bread. I've got my this to do. I've got my that to do. I've got this to do. You see, when time the bread done baked, everybody want a piece of the bread.
Of course.
And I remember that from a young age.
This is what it is, man. This is what it is. This is why I think, you know, what you're saying in practice, I think it could definitely go down. But then also in practice, people definitely need formula. They need method. They need to know what to do in the situation rather than, you know, just go into one. Because some people, it's like, I'll be honest, not everyone had the same growing up experience in it. So for some people who didn't come from homes where things were shown to them in a particular way, they don't really know how to do it, you know, so they're just, you know, learning on the job, basically. You know, they're not rehearsed. You know, some people don't even know how to keep themselves presentable, let alone do certain other things. So I think it's essential what you guys said about each one teach one earlier on. I like that, because it's like, if the society, what you're presenting in theory, you know, is what I'm thinking it is, that could be what it's based on. So, you know, for instance, everyone could be building their own homes, and you know, we've got some bricklayers, we got some builders, and they teach everyone else how to be builders. We've got some IT guys, some technicians, they teach everyone about IT.
That's right.
You know, we got some people who do horticultural stuff, you know, and food, know how to make food and know how to bake and different things, and everyone's teaching everyone. So when you meet a person, you have to value that person, because they're there to teach you. Everyone's a teacher, in it, you know. But do people really value each other like that, to that level, you know? And at the end of the day, you know, sometimes I think it could be something as simple as, you know, all right, for instance, someone's the builder, and the builder and the baker don't get along. So now the baker and the builder, they're both slacking in some area, because it's like they can't go to each other and learn from each other. you know, whereas everyone else can go to each one of them and learn from them. You know, it's better you learn from the main guy, innit? That learn from the source.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, like, you know, these are just small fractions of what it takes to build a society. It's not. We haven't really got anywhere with it, really. You know, we're just projecting at this point. So to that degree, I think what you're really talking about is some kind of a charity, because you look at all of these establishments like churches or whatever, and that's what I was trying to point out with like the Roman Catholics, and they've got this Vatican City,
Mm-hmm.
like a state within a country,
Mm-hmm.
got its own laws, you know, like that. So
it's like Jewish people. It's like Jewish people in England or all over the world.
Yeah. Someone said, I want to make a simple book of a edible and inedible plants, just a picture and brief description and benefit on each page. Okay, that sounds
good.
That sounds good.
That sounds good. Of what we could learn from.
Yeah, definitely.
And edible plants. This is what we need. People who can come through with these things and teach us.
Definitely, but I think what it is, yeah, you know, like for instance, when you go to school, there has to be a syllabus, doesn't there? Yeah. There has to be criteria that you would have to meet.
Mm-hmm.
As I can see, you know, from what's been said already. So there'll be a criteria that people are going to have to be meeting to be part of this society. Then, you know, you're going to have to be able to take in at least a percentage of this information that's going to be utilized to actually build something, to actually do something constructive.
There's like if you have like maroon heritage from Jamaica, there's certain things you can claim like tax free and certain things like that, but like you have to get initiated into the maroons and certain things like that, and you can't be affiliated with no political party. Certain things like that. So that's another thing a lot of our people need to look into about the Maroons Treaty, and if you are of Maroon descent, you have a lot of rights. You know what I mean?
I am of Maroon descent on my grandmother's side.
Yeah, see, and a lot of us are, you know what I mean, but we forget about our treaty and certain things about it, and we've gone into the corporation of what we know of today as Jamaica. And certain things like that, but we have our sovereign rights, you know what I mean, and certain things like that.
Well, you know what?
Big up.
I think we need to really keep on this track of, because we've progressed in such a major way from when the first time we spoke. And now I feel like we've progressed. I don't know about you, Shifa, but I feel like we've progressed in our ideology.
Definitely, man. Like, I think right now we're just starting small, and you know, it just takes a few minds, you know, people with like minds to get together for that mindset to be able to grow. And that's all we can do. We can just grow our mindset. We stay focused, you know, we keep looking at ideas, keep being diverse, you know, and trying to find ways to work around this current situation we're in. And, you know, obviously look to the future, look to, you know, what we expect for our futures and for our kids' futures. Because, you know, I know a lot of us have got dependents and stuff. So, you know, we have to think about other people as well, you know.
Yeah, because you know what I always think of in these times is like, I don't know, you lot might be too young, but like one of the first kind of like apocalyptic movies that was out there was like Mad Max. And I don't know if you lot can go and look back at films like Mad Max and, you know, just anything.
I remember that movie, Mad Max, Living Wild.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, off grid. And, you know, those kind of films almost put you in your mind like, horrible to live like that. You know what I mean? What a life to have to live like that and to not to be, you know, in tune with the real world. But then people were living like some black market lifestyle and this off-grid lifestyle that we're talking about it doesn't seem appealing to people because
Yeah,
it's been tarnished.
definitely. By the end of the day, if you're off the grid, that means you don't have an electricity bill anymore. You don't have certain bills. All you have is your things in it.
Yeah.
That don't mean you won't have bills. You'll still have bills because you're still going to have to get things. You know, be able to get from your local environment.
Well, what we can do is actually eradicate money, in a sense of you don't need money, you just need labor in order to make that community work. So if you've got someone who's in the fields, they know, say they're getting their electricity because they know someone's always out there fixing it, making sure it's working. So you understand me? It goes like a cycle. It must can work.
Because there's a YouTuber, he's called Living Off Grid in I think either St. Lucia, Living Off Grid, and this guy's basically he's got like one of those electric car batteries. I think it's like a Nissan Leaf, and like he shows you he's got his solar panels outside, and even on a cloudy day, he's still able to collect a bit of electricity to do whatever he needs to do. And most you need to do in the Caribbean is probably have a fridge and maybe a television and a bit of light at night time. You know,
that's right. And you won't even probably want a television. You probably wouldn't. You probably have so much to do in the day to make sure you got your chores done and your this and that. You want to meditate. You want to be on a different level. TV, what? We wouldn't even want to have a TV because we'd have so much. We'd probably have sessions where we all get together and talk and discuss levels of different levels. Would be on such a different liberty that the levels what?
No, I hear that, man. No TV, ban the TV.
Yeah, they won't be allowed to have TV, man, because that's just gonna bring in the devil and temptation to shit that we don't need to be hearing about. We literally need to put ourselves in a bubble.
That's it. Because if you live by a river, you can use some sort of kinetic energy as well, and there's wind power. So it's like you can't fail really. Like places like the Sahara and all them type of things, I can see in the future they're going to be probably providing a lot of electricity to other places because like they can absorb so much sunlight and things like that.
Hey, Torok, your mic's a bit low, you know.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was saying places like the Sahara where there's so much sunlight, I can see in the future they're going to invest in a lot of these solar panels and probably even selling power to other people, you know what I mean, and things like that. And with like, if you've got a river near you, you can use it to like kinetic energy, wind power. So there's loads of sort of technological things what we could use to harness while you're living off grid and stuff.
Well, guess what? Guess what? Even the land in Jamaica is by a river.
It's the land of wood and water.
There's river.
I think ultimately though, yeah, it's one of those situations where, you know, something small could turn into something big, because even if you said, you know, the first people you're going to move into the town are all going to be builders and electricians and people like that, you know. But what is the premise they're moving in on? What is it that we're actually aiming for? And what is it that's going to make us, you know, be able to live financially stable as we are now, or better?
Well, aren't the people in the village, if you've got like so much land, like over 100 acres, now you could have 50 acres of that just to grow food. So that means you could actually, if you needed to trade with the outside world, so to speak.
So you're saying sell food?
Of course.
I hear you. I think at the end of the day, yeah, now this is how I'd look at it, you know. Selling food, yeah. But at the end of the day, if we're providing a service, if we're providing that service to ourselves, you know, and it's something that's going to sustain our society that we're trying to build, then we can provide that service also. Now, some might say, well, you know what, that sounds a little bit like slavery though, because I'm working to build a house for someone else. Yeah. And, you know, ultimately, I'm not going to live in all of these houses. I get that.
No, but to be fair, Shifa, I actually prefer your other model, which I is kind of something that they're doing in this society anyway, where people are building their own homes. So you could just have a foreman assigned to each kind of property, yeah. And that foreman just overlooks on each section, whether it be the electrician coming at that time or the.
This is where it's going to get difficult, because not everyone's got the money to build their own home, unless you're going to then say, all right, you know, I'm going to talk to all the builders, and what we're going to do is we're going to make it affordable for everyone. So we got different levels of homes, isn't it?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And remember, people can give themselves a time frame to build up their finances as well. We're not a charity, so to speak. So what we're doing, we're giving people the opportunity to buy into that. And when I say buy into it, I mean mentally and financially be able to buy into that lifestyle.
Yeah.
Buy into that community.
People don't necessarily need the builders to do all of the work, because you can go out there with your own family, your own people, and help out. And make it easier. Buy some of the materials yourself, you know. So at the end of the day, I definitely get where you're coming from, in a sense of, you know, there's no limits to, you know, how that community can be built. But then what we'd have to do is then we'd have to say, okay, if there's 100 acres of land, for instance, just for argument's sake, everyone gets a quarter of an acre. Yeah. So you can do whatever you want to do with your quarter of an acre, but a percentage of that land is going to have to go into, you know, making sure that there's food for people to eat, you know, making sure that there's power, making sure that all of these things are operational, waste disposal, X, Y, Z. So, you know, if you've got 100 acres, you can't use 100 acres, you know, but I get where you're coming from, in the sense of, if you start from there and make that into a productive society, you know, you can then utilize the skill set within that society that can sustain itself to then free more people, you know, you know, build more homes until you got sustainable homes for all of the people.
But what you don't want to do is use up all the land just for homes, and then you haven't got any land to have any sustainable products to grow and sell and or trade with even. Because you might know a man down the road who's got oil or something, do you know what I mean, that you can trade him to.
But it's not trade at the end of the day. Just because if we were to choose to live outside of society, we now live outside of the society, doesn't mean we can't work within it.
Oh, that's right. Absolutely. We're just not taking on the services, their electricity, their taxes, their this, their that. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're saying no. We're free men.
But how do you think that the rest of the population would react to that?
I think it would be quite encouraging. I think a lot more people would start going back home and doing it.
But I mean, that if they were to do it in England, for instance, do you think that a lot of English people might be upset that that's going on in their country?
No, because people are doing it already.
Or they shouldn't be, should they? Like,
anywhere you are in the British Isles, you're under British law. You're governed by the law still.
Anyway, Gaming Music Media says, doubt that they're going to let us leave England without a vaccine, though.
I hear that. Yeah, I'm not liking the idea of these vaccines, I'll be honest.
No, well, I'll tell you now, they'd have to tie me down kicking and screaming.
That's what my mom said.
And I think what people need to do is keep saying it and make the powers that be who are listening in and can hear the consensus of the people that they would turn up, riot if they try to do it, because they need to know, oh, okay, we need to go back to the drawing boards, or we need to turn up the freaking 5G quicker, or we need to whatever, do something to shut it. But just know, say, we're not reached there yet.
Hold on, Bankboy, what are you saying? You're going to kick and scream, yeah?
Yeah.
What are you saying, Tora? You're kicking and screaming, yeah?
I'm going to shout.
That's
To
what
be
I'm
honest,
saying.
I've got power in my ancestors and my herbs. I think no matter what they even try to give us to kill us, if we know what we're doing, we can counteract anything.
And that's the thing.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
It's all about
Tarak,
counteract.
Tarak, this is what
Yeah.
we have to research. This is what I'm saying about the research and checking things out. We
Nah,
have
but if
to.
they chip you though, Torok, like how do you counteract that with herbs?
Oh, just chipping you.
If they put the chip in it.
I think with the chip, because it runs by radiation, you could possibly counteract it with things like activated charcoal and different things like that, so that the radiation rays, what they're trying to control you with, at least with the chip, won't be able to get through.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, certain things can only last in your body at certain temperatures as well.
Oh, gaming
Yo,
music.
Torok,
So
Gaming music media says Google free bricks for collection or something. The amount of pallets of free bricks I can see online, plenty materials I can get gathered from online for next to nothing or free if you look in the right place. And this is it. Again, definitely. Thank you, Gaming Music Media. That's exactly it. If we look in the right place, we know how to source things.
Definitely. Also, knowing how to make things, you know, because I like the way you put that in perspective, you know. They're just bricks at the end of the day. If we understand how to make clay, we understand how to make bricks.
Oh, yeah.
We got our own oven, we can cook our own brick.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. It's not, do you know, like that? Like things like pipes and other things as well that are obviously going to be necessary.
Yeah.
You know, because people need water, you know, they need
other water irrigation.
You know, but obviously, you know, at this stage, I think we're not doing too bad for narrowing things down and foreseeing problems. And I think that shows in itself that, you know, maybe people are ready to start stepping up and, you know, going their own way and not having to be so reliant. And maybe that's why some of the governments maybe feel like this is necessary to have things like coronavirus to make us why they're necessary, what we need them for. But right now, I can't really see it myself.
No, I think it is necessary, and that's why it's happening now. It has to happen now because our backs do have to be up against the wall for us to wake up. We've been pushed into this situation because too much of us are sleeping. We're sleeping.
I'm half sleeping right now.
Sleeping at the wheel, yeah?
Sleeping at the wheel to everybody just like crash up in and crashing up in our bumper, crashing up in our front, crash up in our side.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'll be like, pull up to my bumper, baby. You like that, man?
That's a Bank Boy. Are your cameras on, you know, Bank Boy?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I hope that's not. I hope that that's not like you're not showing us anything private there.
I hope that's not your pajamas.
No, that's the pillow, man. I'm in bed all cushed here. You know what I mean?
Need some big fat block of cheese like that.
Because I can't cut any smaller.
I'm cushy, laid up in bed, like just listening to the vibes, you know. It was a busy day today, man.
Yeah. And also, I think with the 5G now, is where I think they're trying to make a lot of self-driving cars.
Yeah.
And sort of things like that. So like the more pylons they can use and the more they can tell people trade in your old Kia, get electric Kia now and all
Yeah. Well, by 2040 or even they'll probably bring it even closer in. They want all electric cars, isn't it? So come on.
Because right now the Tesla car, it drives itself. I can't remember the model, but the actual Tesla car, it drives literally by itself on the motorway, turns corner. Everything.
Yeah.
all you have to do is just look like you're not sleeping by the wheel when you're still awake. And even if you drop asleep by the wheel and look like you're not doing what you're supposed to do, the car will pull over itself.
Listen, Brethren, I was asleep, man. I was asleep. The car's driving me. I was asleep nicely, yes.
That's like some Total Recall shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
With a man pull off the dummy's head and try to drive it by itself because the team won't drive it. What he kept repeating himself. How much? Which way you want to go, sir?
I know. It's crazy, you know, Andy, when you say like Total Recall, yeah, because I watched that film when I was mad young, yeah.
Yeah.
And you know the scene in that film that stuck in my mind? You know the woman with the free breast?
Oh shit. That was the scariest part for me.
That shit stuck in my mind like since a youth, man. I was like, raw.
That bit was scary, boy. Like, hey, honey, come, you want to have a feel or something like that? She said,
yeah, you want to have some fun? I was like, what? You know, but with all these Transformers that they're going on with right now, with all this Transformer business, like, that's probably going to happen soon as well. Hey, turn that off, man. Copyright, man. No, I'm saying.
Yeah, we can't play any music, any music unless it's your own music, please.
It's my phone.
I thought that was you, Shifa. I thought that was you playing that.
It's my phone. Sir. I've turned it down.
Yeah. Go, shawty.
Hello, it's your birthday. You're gonna party like nah, but for real. Nah, it's like wow.
Yeah, with these Transformers that they're doing right now, I am not going to be surprised if I see a woman with 3 tits very soon on the beach somewhere in Spain.
You said what?
Yeah, you remember Total Recall, man? Do you remember, Shifa?
That movie Total Recall with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, like the scene that stuck in my mind because I watched that when man was like, I swear I must have been about 9 or something when I watched that. Yeah, like, bro, the scene that stuck in my mind was the woman with 3 tits.
When they went into the place where they had to have the oxygen, and I tell you what, that's another thing about the whole oxygen thing as well. I feel like they're gonna try control it and put domes, and that's why they got all these malls and all these places that they're building inside places, and they're gonna F up. They're gonna do something.
Yeah. It's sounding horrific. I'm not gonna lie, but it's possible. Anything's possible. Like you were saying earlier, with all the chemtrails and stuff they're putting out there, you don't know what the reason behind it is.
Yeah, I can see respirator systems are going to be very. I can see respirator things are going to be very like key in certain things like that. With what's going on with this virus.
Oh, what the fuck? God, this look good.
But is it always is it always chemtrails though? Sometimes isn't it just like condensation? You feel me? Is it always chemtrails every time you see the
apparently when you look online, it says it's supposed to be the plane dumping the fuel before it lands.
Not all the time.
But fuel costs money.
Yeah, not all the time. I don't think it's them dumping the fuel, man. I think it's condensation because, you know, those engines flying certain times when it's cloudy and, you know what I'm saying? It's not always chemtrails, you know.
Nah.
Do you reckon it's chemtrails
condensation? And condensation's just gonna stay up in the air like that. And then the next day
it disperses
be grey every single time.
It's true still.
Come on.
Oh no, it's a bit mad.
I saw it with my own eyes. The day was clear. The day was clear. Well, there was not one cloud in the sky. I actually took pictures of it. And I looked up because, you know, you always end up looking up because it's a nice day and you just think, oh, it looks lovely. And I saw these lines in the sky and they'd just been made. Then I saw the aeroplane and I was looking at it hard and I was like, that aeroplane's even unmarked. So it's definitely not like a Virgin, or you would see the tail and you'd see a Virgin or a what's not on it. Nah, this plane's just flying along in the sky, leaving these chemtrails, these thick trails. Next day, the sky was white.
Alright, if that's the case, then yeah, like how come and like there's solid proof that this is what is happening? Like this is England, you know. In America, I don't really know, and I don't really care. You know, them Americans, they're kind of stupid anyway. But this is England. Like there's certain things that the government is just not gonna get away with like that. So if that's the case, and there's definitely proof that this is what.
Are you serious? You just said that.
If there's definitely proof, yeah, that this is what's
How do
happening.
you know they're not gonna get away with it though?
Like, so like, how come no one has talked about it? How come no one has done any petitions to the government saying like, hold on, we noticed that this is what you guys are doing, and we're not having it? Who's done that?
Yeah.
Because you know why? Because they've put chemtrail as a conspiracy theory. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
They've put chemtrails under the bracket of it's a conspiracy theory. So from when something is classed under that bracket, it's never taken seriously.
Okay, so can't like independent like researchers and scientists like do their own independent research here to this chemtrail stuff, yeah? And then because they're already validated and they have authority in their fields and they're respected. Now, if they're independent and they come with independent reports, like, you know what, we've done our tests, we've done our things, and this is like, comprehensive proof. Comprehensive proof, yeah.
Where it comes down to this, are you going to commission the scientists to do the study? And after the study, are you going to get them consistent work so they can continue to pay their bills? Because that's what they're really going to be concerned with.
Exactly. No, but there's some people who are just against the system like that, like proper scientists. There's not all scientists that's like fully down for the status quo, there's
but you don't just need a scientist, you need a good lawyer.
I'll be honest, these last couple of days should be a revelation, because where there's supposed to be no planes in the sky, everybody's seeing hot weather.
Exactly.
Blue skies. It's going to show you like what is actually going on there.
Yeah, but everybody's locked up inside and no one's looking up.
And also, it's supposed to be on record. This January has been the hottest January it's ever been.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
January.
Yeah, and this is like probably the hottest March, hottest what they call it again. April as well.
I had to turn my heating on last night. What are you talking about? It was cutting. It was cutting last night.
I don't say it's Barbados.
Yeah, I know. I hear you. I hear what you're saying, man. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Half of the time, sometimes, man, I just try not to fill my head with all this stuff. Just take it a day at a time. I know I've seen it. Like,
you look up in the sky and you see this plane making bare smoke for no reason, got no Virgin on it, no British Atlantic, whatever. You don't know where the hell this plane is going, but it's just pure smoke.
It's true, and that's the case, isn't it?
If that's the case, yeah. If that's the case, yeah, we need to like get together and do a petition then, innit? Like, let them prove it, like that it's not harming the people, it's not chemtrails. They've got to prove it. They've proved it that it's not, or it is.
It is chemtrails. There's a place in Germany where they put all their cars out, and they actually fly a plane up into the sky when it's gonna rain, and it made some clouds so no rain goes on the new cars and all these type of things. And they do that in Germany, standard.
That's nuts.
Standard, and they've been doing that for years. It's back in the 90s. I hear about them doing that type of things.
Or is that the case? If that's the case, then we definitely.
What are they doing?
In Germany, where they got like loads of big fields that are just full of cars in it, like a car plant. when it's gonna rain in Germany, they send like a plane up in the sky to make some clouds so no rain goes on the new cars. And they've been doing that for years. Yeah, like from the 90s, I've heard about it.
Fucking.
And even what's his name? That guy on Top Gear, I forget his name. Clarkson, I think.
Jeremy Clarkson.
I think so, yeah, him. He was doing something where he was in America and he went to NASA. And they showed NASA like start up their rocket. And the amount of fuel and the amount of thing that's burning, it literally makes clouds in the sky. And what this cloud does now, it moves about 10 to 20 miles away, and all of a sudden it starts raining wherever that cloud lands. So these mans have learned the technique how to make clouds basically, and certain things that make rain on certain places or not rain, and all these type of things. And they patent these things.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
I think
Or they need to use that
it's called a
technology
weather
like in
and
places
weather
that's got
control.
droughts, then, innit? Bring the rain, bring the rain.
But this is what I'm trying to show you, that these people got the powers to do these type of, not powers, but they've learned things how to do that, and what they've done is patent these things, so you can't use them yourself, man.
All in the name of controlling people. They're a bunch of cowards.
But also, there's balance in it. There's cause and effect, and like what they've been doing, I think now they're seeing the effect of it, because now, if you notice, last summer we had 6 weeks pure sun, and nearly the whole of England dried out. France was like 40 Celsius. All in Paris and them type of areas where they can't manage them type of heat. And they were showing people, say, look, this is what will happen if we don't keep chemtrailing. Basically, look, the whole place dry out.
Is that what they're saying? Is that what they're saying? Yeah.
No, they like, like sometimes they have to show these things, like, when people say, oh, you lot chemtrailing, I don't do nothing, and they will show you, look, if we don't chemtrail, look what happened in the summer, and the whole of England dried the hell out.
Ramadan's not.
Yeah, that's mad.
6 weeks pure sunshine beating.
That's mad. We need the sun though, man. We need vitamin D.
We need a lot more sun.
Yes.
But who needs it, and who can tolerate it?
Well,
that's the issue.
It doesn't matter about who needs it, who tolerate it. Let the natural sun come through naturally, and then people, whoever can't deal with it, and they run the backside inside and cover up and do what they have to do. But let the natural sun run naturally. It's not about who can deal with it. It's we have to deal with it.
If they can't deal with it, man, they just need to sit under the sycamore tree, man. The shade will help them.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
And let the people who can deal with it, like, just sunbathe, innit?
Sunbathe.
Remember now, you have to remember all your rivers. But this is another reason why there was like hose ban and all them type of thing, because all your rivers dry out and all them type of thing there. So it's like these people clock certain things how to keep their land going, and probably had to tarnish other people's land at the same time.
Of course. But that's why it's essential to know how to keep your one going.
Yeah.
Crazy. Like when I was flying to Portugal, yeah, when you get in the air in the plane, you see how green England is. It's so green, it's so nice. And then by the time we got into Portugal's airspace, I was like, right, like, where's the green?
Yeah.
You know, I was like, where's the green gone? It was all beige and just brown and beige.
Yeah, but at least you can see it.
Yeah.
Oh, but this is hard to show people. Like the Caribbean, it still holds its greenery, you know what I mean? And greenery is showing you where life is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the coral reef is dying because I was out there recently and I went, what do you call it, snorkeling, and you could see the coral reef was dying.
They know how to build back coral reef now as well, man. So Jamaica needs to like do a bit of that.
Yeah,
a
it
lot,
could
a lot
make
of people
sense.
in the sea. A lot of people investing in the seaweed farming. So I don't know if maybe has that got maybe a little effect to it as well.
What? Seaweed is like gold dust right now. They're saying that in order to build an immune system, that's like one of the top things
I
right
know
now.
the Chinese people eat the seaweed as well, don't they?
Oh my God, I don't know if you lot saw this. It's going around on WhatsApp. This woman eating a tortoise.
No.
What, Chinese?
A tortoise of all things.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say it tastes good, man.
And the way how she was sucking it up like the head. Oh man. Makes me feel sick even thinking about it, to be honest.
They say it tastes like chicken.
It sounds quite gruesome if I'm going to be fair. But
Listen, it was disgusting.
But they say it tastes like chicken.
I don't care what they say, it tastes like the poor damn creature.
Yeah, but what makes the tortoise any poorer than the chicken that we eat? Come on.
I don't eat chicken, I don't eat fish, I only eat plant-based food.
Okay. So you don't eat no meats at all, yeah?
Not at all.
Vegan, yeah?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I hear you. Yeah, but Shiva can't talk. Shiva likes his chicken, so you can't favor the chicken.
Fish too.
Yeah, so you can't favor the fish or the chicken over the tortoise. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just they're eating it, innit?
So you think it's all right to eat dog?
Dog. Boy,
Brethren.
dog around here still. We don't eat dog and anything there.
I think it's all right to eat anything that you can get your hand on if you're in them situations, you know, like that. Because there's some people in China that, like, that's the reason they eat everything. You remember? Do you know how poor these people used to be? Like, seriously, man. This country used to, like, they're rich now. Yeah, they're poor. You know, they were megally poor. This is 1.3 billion people. Cause, like, trust me, if you can eat. If you can find something to eat, you better find it and eat it, cuz. You know, like that. Like,
eating no type of dog.
Sometimes you ain't got a choice. Yeah, sometimes you ain't got a choice. And
that just sounds gross. I'm not gonna lie. It sounds like I just want to vomit. If I saw someone,
it's because like, what if you was born Chinese, cuz? That dog tastes sweet in your mouth.
Asia got enough food, but then people just I don't know, and it's the way they what they do to the dog as well. Like they don't just slit his throat and try and like they proper punish up the dog and like proper brutalize the dog, and they say they make it taste sweet.
That ain't right, man. This ain't right, man.
Like, that's the adrenaline. They're trying to raise the adrenaline in the blood.
Ooh.
I think we need to get off
it. That's demonic.
Yeah, but that usually doesn't make the meat taste good, because when
it usually make it stiff up.
Yeah, it does it. Any animal, like even like crabs. That's why they cook crabs straight. Like they cook them live, innit? They just put the crab straight in hot water, because
in hot water,
because if you kill the crab, it releases some sort of ink in its blood kind of thing.
That's
and
right.
Then it makes the meat bitter,
poisonous almost.
Yeah. So, and it goes for all animals. That's the whole basis of halal, innit? It's about humane killing of the animal. You know, so the animal has to be completely relaxed, you know, and and at the most relaxed point is where you split their throats, like, but you make it as quick and as painless as possible.
Absolutely. You don't want that trauma to go through the body.
Come on.
Yeah.
Gaming Music Media has said they got plenty of rice and noodles. What they need, bat and dog and them thing there for.
Hey.
And
Yeah,
some of them dog, some of the dog they eat, they got rabies, you know. Some of them is just dog what walk up on the road and things like that. They front up and eat him later.
But the thing is, like, if we were born Chinese, like, come on, man.
No,
Like we can say all these things like, oh yeah, no, it's nasty, it's this, it's that, never do that. But if we were born Chinese, like it would just be you just eat that dog, man.
dog too mangy to eat, man.
You eat the dog, bro, because you don't know better, innit?
Nah, man.
But can you see what I'm saying though? Like, if you were born Chinese, if you were born Chinese, like, and you know no better, it's just your thing, innit?
Yeah,
Like, you know what? Like, look, I'm Nigerian, yeah. We eat snails, and brethren, it tastes good. What are you talking about?
But man better mind that they're calling their brethren's dog before they get eaten too.
French people eat snail as well, but
snails. And I'm not talking about those small like they get snails that you see on the road here in England. I'm talking the snails bigger than your fist.
No, but they're the same
huge.
sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a huge snail. It's massive, and we eat that. I eat that. It tastes dope, cuz. But to anyone else, like you, man, there, it's probably like snail, slimy, why would you eat? Nah, but because I'm Nigerian and it's actually part of our traditional cuisine, it's just normal to me. I've been eating snails since I was young. You feel me?
Yeah, but if you look
at it, things sound gruesome to me, man.
Yeah, but India's right next to China.
To me.
It sounds gruesome to you.
Yeah, but India's right next to China and they don't eat dog. Bangladesh don't eat dog.
I know, but they eat other things, man, that you probably don't know, cuz.
Nah.
They eat like. Did you know Nigerians eat snails?
No.
Exactly. Like, well, you know now, innit? So trust me, it's not everything.
I think I've seen it before, though. I can't lie. I think I have seen that big giant, or nickel giant.
Big giant snail. You put that in the red stew. It's sweet your tongue, brethren. Sweet your belly. Yeah.
What are not English snails then?
Hell no. Like, what English snail is not even snail, because in comparison, that's like some, I don't know.
Same texture, same sort of.
Huh?
The French eat them as well, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but the French eat frogs as well, don't it? You know what I'm saying? So I ain't never eaten a frog.
What's the texture like in your mouth?
It's almost like squid. It's like crunchy.
Yeah, it's possible like a seafood.
Neither. I don't like squid.
Yeah, so it's almost like squid. It's crunchy. It's nice, man. It's nice.
But do you have it with fish, sort of? Right?
We have it with plantain. You know what I'm saying? You have that with plantain. No, fried plantain.
Okay.
Plantain and snails.
And some and snails and some vegetables like spinach and that with the red stew in it.
Okay.
What is it? What do you call that thing again? Palm oil.
Yeah, palm oil, all of that. Like, it's sweet, bro. Trust me, you will lick your fingers.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't think you'll ever get me to eat a snail, but we'll take your word for it.
Yeah, man, I'll get you to eat one, man. I'll get you to eat one, man. You know what I'm saying? So but that's what I meant, you know, like, because there's so many different cultures in it, and we only know what we know, sort of thing.
I think the maddest thing I think they might eat in the Caribbean is lizard.
You see what I'm saying?
I think that is it.
They eat lizard in Jamaica.
Lizards.
Some places they eat, you know, like the lizard where you see run up and down in the house with the orange thing underneath his neck.
Yeah.
Well, they eat that, yeah.
Them ones. Some places, like in Montserrat, they eat that. I don't know in Jamaica.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on out there, man. Like, run.
It's not weird, man. It's not weird. It's just what you're used to, because, like,
no,
look,
but I'll be honest. That lizard will
like right now, Annie thinks we're weird for eating chicken. You feel me? Like, she thinks like that's weird.
Nah, but come on, man. When you get to snails and chicken, it's a complete different type of animal.
Why is it complete? Why?
We're getting into the real sluggers of the world now, man. Like the creepiest things and shit. Sorry, not stuff. Let me refrain from swearing because I'm setting the wrong example. But like these things are, you know, would you let a snail crawl on your belly? Like that?
Would I like
what did they eat?
Would you let a chicken crawl on your belly? You wouldn't let a chicken.
Exactly. Would you like a chicken to crawl on your belly as well?
So what are they on land or in water?
Well, these are water ones, water snails. They're massive.
Yeah, I thought so. So what did they eat on?
Say that again.
What did they eat?
What did they eat?
I don't know, man. Whatever's in the water, man. What?
They're bottom feeders, man.
It's not fish poo.
What you say, fish poo?
They're like shrimp. They're bottom feeders, man.
Fish poo. But I like shrimps as well. Annie, do you like shrimps?
I don't eat shrimp.
Where's Annie gone? Is Annie sleeping again?
I'm thinking he can't eat ants. And I think what snails mostly eat, like.
Hey, trust me, there's the next thing, yeah. You know there's some certain types of flies, yeah, that fly around the street lights, yeah. Have you guys seen that in Jamaica?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, hey,
well, like
in Nigeria, yeah. Like in Nigeria, that's a delicacy. You get me? It's sweet, you know. You catch bare of the flies, yeah, of the light flies, yeah, and you just fry them up. Hey, that shit tastes banging.
Which the one with the green light or a moths?
No, they're not moths. They're not that big. They're very small, and it's not the fireflies either. These particular flies, they're just attracted to street light, to light in it. Yeah, and
flies, man. Flies eat doo-doo.
Bro, they're lovely, bro. When you fry that shit up and you put that salt and pepper, that shit tastes nice, Bridget.
No, sir.
Yeah, you just don't know about these things. That's all it is. So that's what I'm trying to say. There's so many different cultures. Yeah,
pounded yams, sweet potatoes, and all sorts of things you can be eating in Africa, man. You don't need to be eating flies.
And cassavas
and all sorts, you know, like that.
Yeah,
but these are traditional food, though.
Yeah, the traditional food, and it's just like it's not like a meal or nothing. It's just like a snack, because when there's that much gathered around the lights and whatnot, you just get your net and just catch them and just
make me vomit. You're doing a very good job.
Have you seen that one, like a worm? It grows in a
tree. Yeah, them ones. Hey, Turok, do you know how tasty that shit is?
That is the only one I might eat. That is
Turok, that shit is tasty, you know. Every time my mom goes to Nigeria, I tell her like she has to bring that stuff for me. But she said they're not allowed to bring food anymore, innit? You know what I'm saying? But hey, the woodworms, they are so banging.
Yeah, because I see one tribe in Namibia, like they're proper like rural, like tribal people. And what they do is like they
smoke it
fresh. No,
not fresh. It's smoked.
No, you can eat it like that as well, but it's not really one of the ways. But what they do is that they put it in the hot sand, and it sort of dries them out, and they're bare crispy. I heard or something like that. Make them bare crunchy.
Yeah, you can make them crispy, crunchy, whatever. But like how we do it is like it's smoked, innit? We smoke it. Yeah, like smoke it, and it's just the taste is surreal, cause it's just like
guys, yeah, would be good on that show. You know, I'm a Celebrity where they eat them worms. But them worms, I'm a Celebrity.
Say that again.
You know, when I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here. They got them big worm things, witchetty grubs. They have to eat the witchetty grubs. Would you eat one of those?
If it's dried out and they smoke it or they fry it or something, like, you get me, add some salt. Yeah, man would eat that.
No, but would you eat it raw?
Never. I would never eat anything raw.
Don't need like
I'll never eat anything raw. Anything. Never. The only thing I'll eat raw is carrots and shit like that.
What about the tree worm?
Nah, man, I won't never eat that raw. You mad?
It looks mad though.
What about the flies? The street light flies? Would you just catch them like they're a quick snack, innit?
No, you have to fry them, bro. You fry them, cuz in the oil, in the pan. and add salt and pepper, and it's nice. When I take Shifty to Nigeria Trust, he's gonna be licking his lips like, oh shit, I've never had that shit before.
Listen, I'm not eating the flies.
You're gonna eat it, man. Trust me.
No, sir. No, sir.
You eat it, man.
Under no circumstances.
They're not flies like that, man. It's not like the flies that like some flies like go and shit like that, innit? It's not those type of flies, man. They're just insects. They're just insects, bro. And they fly, isn't it? That's why I'm calling them flies. That's the best name.
Look,
that's the best name I can use for it right now.
Listen, I'm not eating any flies. I'm not eating any squids. I'm not eating any prawns. I'm not eating any snails. I'm not eating.
Why is that? Who told us, that it is chicken? Good chicken is good to eat. Who told us?
Who told you that crustaceans are good to eat?
Huh?
To be honest,
Who told you that crustaceans are good to eat?
No, but who told you? Who told you? You like chicken, innit? You like beef. You like mutton. You like lamb. Huh?
No, but people watch the food chain, innit? Like what eats what.
But you feel what I'm saying? You get it though, like Turok, like we only eat these things because it's what we've been brought up on. You know, they're what we've been brought like as in chicken and lamb and fish and whatnot. Like we only eat them.
Not
is
really.
because
Take for English people, it's only recently they start like fish, you know. Like in the 90s and things like that, onion and garlic and fish, then people used to say, oh, it makes my hair smell. The only thing they would eat is cut out of the fish and chip shop. Like they don't really know about frying fish and sprats
and red snapper and them things, then tilapia. They don't know about them things there.
Lately, just like get tuna steak and certain things. I say, oh, maybe I'll have
Well, that's what it is. So I think, like, you know, you are what you are, innit? You are what you know as well.
Because realistically, I think the reason why English people don't like fish because they never had a lot of seasoning around them. Some of them river fish, like they're too raw. And it's like certain things.
I'm hearing you guys, but I'm gonna take a leaf out the Bible's book, and I'm not eating any creeping things. Yeah.
No, but it tells you what fish is to eat as well. You know what I mean? What you could eat.
Yeah, but you're still eating lamb and them thing that shit, man. You're still eating beef and chicken and whatnot. And in fact, those things are probably not even good for you, especially the British ones, because all the domesticated animals, somehow have something wrong with them. Chickens are birds that can't fly. Yeah.
Yeah. Chickens are
cows
they're half turkey and a half hawk.
You see what I'm saying? Birds that can't fly. What was I gonna say? Like all the cows in England and sheep and them thing there, they don't have horns, or their horns are stubbed out. Go to Africa and see a real cow. And bro, the horns is massive. Massive. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? That's the real cow. So all these other stuff we're eating here in England, they've been breaded out so much, they've breaded out the horns. So they're no longer natural anyway, but you still eat it. You know, rams and sheep and lamb and all them things in Africa, they got horns.
I hear you. You don't milk the horns though, do you? So you know, we don't
milk the horns. No, what I'm trying to say is like every natural thing, everything in nature, every natural thing has those things. You know what I'm saying? When you see natural bulls, the ones that are not like domesticated, when you see them, they have massive horns. Yeah, but all the domesticated animals in Europe, especially, they've lost their horns somehow, man.
So do you think if we're gonna go back onto the subject again in a new community, we talk about having real animals and not the ones that don't have horns and tusks
and them thing there? You get me? Because the boar and the whatnot, I'll probably eat that. I don't eat pig, but you see that natural boar, the one with the ones with the tusks, I'll probably eat that. Yeah, I'll probably eat that. That's not even a pig. It's a boar. You know, like that. Now the pig, they've taken that boar and done all the experiments and change it up, mix it with other genes of other animals, and then they give you the pig.
Yeah.
I'm saying, so I don't trust no animals that don't have their natural things, mate.
So are you guys going to be available again tomorrow?
Yeah.
Possibly.
I think we're going to go off again at 8:30 again tomorrow. But I think, we've covered a lot of ground. And to just be more progressive, I think tomorrow we're going to change up the topic a little bit. But we're still going to be, kind of referring back to what people have said. So, if anyone's got anything to add, when we go away, we can go away and come back with ideas, for Torok, Annie, Bank Boy, Software, and everyone else who is in the room today.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can all come back with some ideas and, start putting together some proposals of things that we could start thinking about, as well as, everyone share the link. We need to share the chat. We need to build.
Bro, why don't you just put the link on the video, like in the description as well?
Yeah, it should be there. I thought Pinero had done it, but I'll have a word with him about that. But definitely, the links in the chat. We always put messages in the chat to let people know. If you want to join the chat, click the link in the chat. So for people listening at home, make sure you keep an eye on the chat. And if you want to weigh in, we're always posting the link as well. So we'll keep consistently doing that. Make sure you guys can access us. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow at 8:30. I'll be honest with you, we're gonna jump off now. We've gone a little bit overtime, but I thought, you know what, you guys were in good flow, and I didn't want to cut the conversation short. Really, to be fair, because keep cutting ourselves short, we lose our train of thought, and then come back and we've forgotten what we were talking about. So I'm feeling the respect in the room as well, man. I'm really liking the respect and the way everyone's presenting themselves, because then it just gives an extra dimension to your presentation, I think, as well, when you're comfortable and it's not a challenge for you to just share some information. When you're being challenged on that information constantly, I think sometimes that can kind of hinder a lot of us in these online platforms.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Me and Turok, like, we can respect each other right here, like, show bare respect. But when we get back on Valley Vision, we can start fighting each other again.
I should laugh with you. Let's just keep it thorough. So Torok, have you got any last words you want to say? Any closing statements that you want to say? Anything that you want to bring out for tomorrow? Like, if you wanted to think of if you've got any subjects that you think might be reasonable for us to be.
I definitely think we're on the right track. And I think probably looking into more sort of technology that can benefit us if we ever need to go off grid, and certain health benefits of certain food products and certain things what we should look out for in the future.
Yeah, that definitely sounds sensible. What about yourself, Bank Boy?
I want to talk about Hebrews and certain West Indians thinking they're not African.
Okay, we can talk about that. Why not? You can bring that.
I want to talk about that.
I'm sure Torok's got a bit of knowledge in that sector as well as myself.
Yeah, but Turok says he's not African though.
Why do you think you're African?
Why do I think I'm African? I don't think I'm African. I know I'm African. Can't you hear like my African in my voice?
You sound like Waleed?
Huh?
You sound like Waleed?
I sound like Waleed.
Yeah, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way though.
I don't even know who he is still. I've never heard him still.
He's possibly an African as well.
Say that again?
He's possibly an African as well. Zubayda's husband.
Oh, Walla Walla.
What joke?
Come on, man. Turok, man. You can hear the African in my voice, man. Come on, man, right?
I can hear Nubian.
You can hear Nubian, yeah.
Yeah, keep that energy for tomorrow. Keep that Nubian energy. Where's Annie gone? Because we're gonna jump off. But I just wanted to know if Annie had any last closing statements she wanted to make.
Annie's sleeping, man. Annie's sleeping.
It might have dropped. But yeah, to keep that energy for tomorrow, because I think these are definitely things to iron out as well. You know, if you've got any issues or any ideas or anything we want to talk about, I want people to feel free. So, you know, hopefully we'll see you guys like around 8:30ish tomorrow. We got a few other people saying they wanted to join the panel today, but they're going to join tomorrow as well because we're about to pack it in for the night. But we might go a bit later on some nights as well. Like obviously, if the conversation's flowing and people want to keep talking, I'm not inclined to just stop you. I'm more inclined to let you keep going. I might take breaks. And yeah, it was nice to have you guys, man. I really appreciate the support, Torok, man, Bank Boy, Annie, and everyone else who's been involved.
Done no. Big up everyone in the chat room. You know, yeah, man. It's all love. You, man, bless up, man. Tomorrow's another day. Catch up.
Torok.
Yep, everybody here, man. Pick up, man. Have a great I don't know what the rest of all that.
We'll look for us tomorrow, 8:30. Obviously, Panero's Mind channel. You can just click the channel and then hit the link on the video inside the channel. Or if you know someone who's got the link sent to them, they can send it, forward the link to a friend, and let's get talking, people. All right.
Say no more, man. Bless up, man. Bless up, Torok.
Have a nice evening, Torok, man. Have a nice evening, Annie. Have a nice evening, Bank Boy. Panero, we're out. We're done.
One.